minute 30 ad. Oh my.
Whoa,
Oh,
we're on the main stream.
Paisley.
Be loudish. Okay, and welcome in. I guess we are skipping over our typical intro videos today, and we are going straight into everything. My camera is a little bit laggy production coming through on the mainstream for whatever reason. But that is okay. With me today, starting out our CSA draft, we have a wonderful former GM Luigi and current GM Hose. Luigi, how are we doing today?
I'm doing great. Zero stress compared to last season. I don't have to look at anybody. It's just me. I kind of like it.
Alrighty, and Hose, yourself, how we feeling? Season 3 GM of the season, Hose Jose, joining us on the desk. How we feeling?
I'm doing great. Really nice that I don't have to stress out about any world-class picks and hoping I get DM back in less than 5 minutes. So just looking forward to the draft.
Yeah, it's exciting. And for those of you who don't know, we have about a 45-second pick timer before each pick. So what that's going to be meaning is our GMs are going to be drafting live at playcsa.com/draft. If you want to follow along, see who's available, who's on the board, who you would take, who you think's falling too far. Get engaged, be a part of it, be a part of the process. So again, playcsa.com/draft. I also will send a link right now into our Twitch chat. Shout out our wonderful dev team and everyone who's gone into making that happen as well. If you want to go take a look, give it some appreciation, the color, the spacing, and as the wonderful COO says, the curved edges are tremendous. So, Luigi, Hose, anything that you guys would like to get to before we, jump straight into what everyone is here for?
No, not anything up to the top of my mind. I think I'm doing good.
Cool. And Luigi?
No, yeah. Just excited to see where all these players land. There's so many possibilities on draft day as we've seen these last 3 seasons. So, only one way to find out at this point.
All right, absolutely. And with only one way to find out, we are heading straight into our draft. Heading to our number one pick, going to the Baltimore Black Cats in world class, $1,200 prize pool, rank A entirely tier. Currently, I don't know what we're showing on stream. Give us 1 second here. Yep, that's the cue for the draft to begin. Sorry, here we're having a couple production issues, not quite able to get our world class on the screen. Could we go to a 5-minute intermission and come right back, production? Okay, we are back on the stream. It still does show exactly what it showed a second ago. I'm not quite sure what's going on at the moment, so bear with us. Thank you for being here and giving us a second here as we get this operating. So Hose, so season 3 GM of the season. While we're waiting on this, talk us through what it takes as someone who's been there, been at the top, won a few tiers. What does it take to be not just a good GM, but GM of the season?
Mostly it's just your communication. You have to realize that players are busy, they have lives, so you have to just like go at them again and again and again. Make sure they know what they're doing, and if you have like a team that you think, oh, it's can we curse on stream?
Yes, there's not too
Oh, it's
much.
going to hell. Oh, Jesus
Yeah, that's
Christ,
fine.
it's all going downhill. Um, I always like to have at least one player I know I can build around. It doesn't matter if they're mid, high, or low sal. If that guy's reliable, I think he's good at the game. I'm going to build around him and try to just get good pieces and play around his play style. So I think it's the biggest point is just communication with your players, and also just I guess knowing when the team's going to hell and when you have to switch things up.
And speaking of when the teams go into hell and have to switch things up, we have the exact opposite happening. At this first overall pick in world class, we see Gyro to the Baltimore Black Cats. No surprise there. A top 5 worlds finisher, basically top 16 every season in RLCS since Rocket League's existed. Can't really go wrong at number 1. And Gyro's about as good as it gets. Any surprises there on either of your end? Thinking someone else is going number 1, or is this chalk?
Not really. I mean, he's been the best player in CSA since what, season 2?
Something
And
like that, I'd say.
I mean,
Yeah,
maybe we can
by
have
far.
arguments with like Perry or Pudgeon, but this guy's he's always been. I mean, he's been at the top of the game at RLCS, not even CSA.
Yeah, and I mean,
Yeah.
moving into pick 2, we now have Eli and the Minneapolis Meteors waiting on them.
Is there any of the players that are standing out for you here that you can see in the little draft board next to it?
I mean, a bunch, right? I mean, Nightya, everybody knows him. Reshi Ram, main event 2v2 player. Jay, a CRL mainstay. I'd be surprised if someone dipped below the 3 of them. However, we saw M4 win last season with over 400
Yeah.
points per game.
Mhm.
Peacefuls, nothing to mess with. A lot of really, really good players coming up. But I would be surprised if it wasn't Nightya, Reshi Ram, or Jay.
Yeah. There's a lot of good picks. Mm.
All right, and we are actually going to be taking about a 5-minute intermission to just fix something on the back end. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you. Thanks for bearing with us, and appreciate what you're here for.
that shit on the headlight. Drop that shit on the headlight.
All right, all right, all right. And just like that, we are back. Let's go, CSA people. Come on. Nobody better.
Finally.
Huge, huge, huge shout out to all of the development people, specifically Blizzy working on the back end, making sure that everything can happen so quickly. Thank you to Paisley for production, to Blizzy for the back and pause, and every person that we have putting in work. We are zooming through this draft up to pick 14 now. At least Luigi and Hose, we have a lot to talk about. I'll kind of leave the floor open. Luigi, let's go to you first. Anything jumping out about these first 13, 14 picks?
I'd say Hezi going 4 over Jay and a couple others. That's pretty interesting. Like I know from GMing last season that these higher level players, it's more about picking people who want to play with each other than necessarily who's the best on the board. So
Uh,
it makes
Hezi in chat
sense.
actually says, "I'm God, that's why." So
Yeah. Yeah.
if you'd like to to talk to God, I guess he's right there
Yeah.
for you. Yeah, Hezi is a demon. I do
He
agree. I
is.
think it's a
Everyone's
name.
good. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have the same name power, but like it's just
Yeah.
a pick or two early, a former champion. I Yeah, it's cool. I'm not excited to see, or I'm not excited. I'm not surprised to see him go
Yeah.
that early. Hose, anything jumping out for you so far? Any names?
No, I mean he did say it's about like who wants to play with who, but GMs also take reliability more into account, especially in world class and prem
Yeah.
rather than other tiers. Because if you have the best, if you have like Daniel, but he's never gonna play CSA because he's actually competing in RLCS and he has Worlds, and what's the point of drafting Daniel?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that makes a lot of sense. I did something similar in Prem and RSC,
Mhm.
taking Whitlock, but then he actually got a job. Whitlock getting a job, what an unbelievable thing! Not showing up for my Rocket League
Yikes.
team. Huge shout out, Whitlock. As we see our first second round pick, so we see our first duo going here, and Hammy Crackers and Soars. That's going to be
Yeah.
a fun one.
They were teammates last season on my squad with Jay actually. So and they did well.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
mean,
gonna be a good team.
Hammy is rank X, correct, or at least a rank X peak.
Used to
Uh,
be. Yeah.
Used to be, yeah.
I think.
So
But
I talked to him a little bit. Fun fact: he actually doesn't eat ham on crackers anymore like he used to.
What?
Yeah, I know. He it was like a big thing for him. That's where he got the name from. So big shout out to Hemi Crackers for having one of the most devious snacks I've ever heard of. Cryptic goes next. Jude is dank, correct? I believe. If anybody knows,
I'm not sure. I
I'm
didn't do
not
any
sure. No.
research.
I believe that Jude is dank. In which case, I think falling here to round two is a little bit.
Mhm.
I think it's a little bit of a steal. Maybe as we are getting into our second round, we can talk about the picks that start to be really good values. People who maybe should have gone or could have gone round one and ended up falling. I think Dank is a great example of that.
Yeah.
Uh, uh, let's go over a couple of these earlier ones. We see our last season's finals MVP, Mizu, go to the OKC Dice at pick 11, Pyros at 10, Thule, someone who I'm a big fan of, looking for, I believe, scholarship opportunities in the state of Texas for CRL. So if you have any connections, you're looking for a 3.5 GPA plus, 2200 plus peak, give Thule a shout. That guy's a demon. Find him on Twitter at 2LS, I believe. I mean,
Is he under a
M4
different name here?
champion. 2LS, pick 12 to Pittsburgh Hornets.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. And we see his teammate get picked here at KJ right after Hollow goes. I'm not too familiar with KJ. I do know, I mean, just looking at the salaries, right? Hollow seems to be a little bit of an MMR reach here from the Atlanta Affinity.
Yeah. I mean, Condra must know him personally because he is like maybe 100 um sal under of where a player in the third round we should expect. So I mean, they already
Mhm.
have their squad, Jordan, Condra, Hala. So I'm expecting
Yeah,
they already know these players.
I guess
Mhm.
they're going to be, that's actually their entire team then, already
That is the
drafted
whole
for
team.
Atlanta
Yeah.
with Dryden, Hollow, and Condra. I'm really excited for that Atlanta team. One, I think that Soj is a ball knower. I think that Soj is really smart. He knows what he's doing. He was not part of management, but part of our staff team last season. I'm really excited to see him take that mindset into management.
Mhm.
I'm really fascinated though by that Kandra into world class elevation. I don't think anyone doubts that the upside is there, but I don't think we've ever seen Kandra, one of the founders, actually co-founder of CSA, ever play at that level. Have Luigi? Are you? I know you are much more familiar with Kandra's like higher level gameplay than myself.
Yeah.
Has he been in lobbies like this before?
Actually, he's subbed up like for his premier team and world class team the last couple seasons and done pretty well actually in all those series. So I'm not fully surprised that they're taking a chance on him to give him some higher level gameplay because he can perform. He's good.
Yeah, I'm excited. He actually, I believe he goes to play CRL either at the same school as Kronovi. I don't know if it's on the
Yeah.
JV team and Kronovi's on varsity or whatever, but and coached by
Mhm.
a
Yeah,
rematch
he's good.
pro, former rematch pro Skyline. Shout out Skyline, that guy's the goat. As we see Harlequin, last season's premier MVP, go in round 2 of World Class this season,
Mhm.
North as well. Vegas going, and Mizu's teammate now, Angel. I think Angel jumps out to me as someone who falls a lot in leagues, typically due to availability or commitment concerns, if you will.
Mhm.
But I think the skill level there is extremely high.
Yeah. So I feel like this North pick, he was Prem 2 seasons ago, and I believe he was like the game changer for that team. It was Toronto, right?
Yeah. The one
Yeah.
with
That's
Kipper, I believe.
Yes, and
yeah, the
haha
Haha Boo
boo.
team.
Yes.
Mhm.
I mean, him and Peaceful looks like a great duo. And we also have another fully formed roster, which is for San Antonio, exiled Cryptic Avalanche.
Wow.
Yeah, that seems like
That's going to be a really fun one, I think.
yeah. Was
And again,
Gav?
you can follow along with this draft at playcsa.com/draft. You want to see where these picks are going, who's on the clock with how much time. You can see that all for yourself, see exactly what the managers do, all the stats of the players from previous seasons, etc. Thank you to everyone in here as well. Drop a follow if you like what we got going on. None of this could ever exist without you. So thank you for the subs, for the follows, for being around, for playing, for giving us any time of day. We're passionate about creating a space for you to enjoy your favorite game and favorite things and favorite people that much more. And we're
Mhm.
appreciative of you trusting us to create that and sharing that with us. So it is not lost on us that that trust is there and is much appreciated. As the Denver Shred clock was running a little low, Zoms has M4, his world class staple, someone who won on his team last season. He took a pick 7, M4, and now we're getting his teammate here very shortly, and we get Isak. Isak, someone who I've heard a lot about. Um, either people are very split on this player. Everyone agrees that he's extremely good, but it's just about how good. 2175 MMR here, a much higher twos peak than that. But I don't believe that we're not too familiar here in CSA with his threes acumen, with what that looks like in RLCS. And I'm really curious to see how
Mhm.
last season's champion M4 and Isak stack up as a duo.
Yeah. I mean, I'd assume that Zoms already knows them for. They already had a, kind of a list going on
Mhm.
beforehand, especially if he was able to draft them again here at the 7th spot. Maybe fell a little bit. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they don't already have some type of plan and they're already looking at this player beforehand.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I mean, Zulfi, a player who was hoping to squeak into world class last season, didn't quite, was on the very edge. And with the expansion from 12 to 16 teams, finds himself solidly in here now. And all of a sudden, uh, on the Houston Nebula. And chat has redeemed a water break. So if we could get the caster on the desk to please hydrate, stay healthy. Everyone in the
Yeah,
chat,
thank you.
take a sip with us. Water is important. Gatorade's important. Stay hydrated. Stay healthy. Health is wealth, etc. Doesn't look like water. I unfortunately cannot go to my kitchen until in between the tiers. Water break again. Oh God. Okay. We've started something unfortunate here. As
Uh-oh.
we see Perry and Pizza go off the clock. Oh, slow down, everyone. Oh, there's another water break. 2 more water breaks. 3, 4, 5 water breaks coming. 6
Oh
water.
my goodness.
Oh no. Oh. I
Yeah.
guess like I just go fill up my Gatorade bottle and just like chug it. It's over. Luigi, host, please take the desk while I fill this up. Oh, we'll
Yeah,
come
I
back with
mean.
some more water for chat. It must be done. I believe you mentioned Pizza previously in the draft, and we just see them go. I recall to
Yeah.
Toronto. I am in
He
the
was a
kitchen filling
keeper
up the
now.
water. Who is he with?
He's with Hezzy. He was a keeper for Toronto.
So that duo was
Automatically
set
went.
as soon as Hezzy was
Yeah.
picked.
Yeah.
Okay, so we know then that Pizza got who he was looking to take very early.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful. How many water breaks can there possibly be? Goodness
Too
gracious,
many
here
to
it is.
count. Yeah.
Oh,
Holy.
4 more water breaks? How does this even happen? Goodness gracious. I'll meet you in the middle, and at the beginning of the next tier, I will go get some more water. Like all right, we gotta go. Hold on, keep it running. Run us
Jack, can we
through it,
please stop
Luigi.
saying I'm LARPing water? My brain hurts. That was ice cold. Okay, new team here. What is it? Am I the only one that no Luigi's here? Hemi Crackers, Swords, and Roxy. Roxy
Roxy
was
going up to world class.
yeah, he was prem what last season?
Yeah,
2
Yeah,
seasons
had
ago
over
I
as
think
well.
so.
400 points per game as well. Definitely surprised
Jesus.
myself and some other people.
Hmm.
I mean, I was gonna talk about the before the water break, this Gavalanche pick because wasn't he? I think it was a first rounder last season, right, for world class. So he was really
For
taken
Prem.
highly.
He was like the second pick in Prem last season, yeah.
Yeah, and he did quite well. So
Hmm.
seeing him
Oh
get
my
quite
god.
a boost here.
Everyone make sure you're getting your water in. Yo, we got yo. I don't know how many more water breaks we can have before. At this point, it's just a water draft. And speaking of water, we see Waves go here at round 3, pick 5 to Pittsburgh. 2 more water breaks, 3 more water breaks, 4 more water breaks. Bro, I got to be able to put these in the pocket. We're gonna start a water break bank. Um, as we only have about 10 more picks here left in world class.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cell, for the 5 gifted as another water break. Yo, I actually have no option. We're gonna we're gonna need a piss break at some point if this keeps going.
Yeah.
I ran out of water, bro. They
This
told me to chug
draft
it.
is
You're telling me
flying.
I finished 3 Gatorades of water already since they've started redeeming them. My stomach hurts. So
Surely I get another one here then. 3 more water breaks and we get another water.
oh no.
All right, Waves, KJ, and oh, and Thule. Actually, I
That's
Interesting.
have
gonna be
had some
decent
experience with
team.
Waves and Thule. They're both pretty chill people. I've seen KJ's name around, especially last season when I was looking for teams.
Hmm.
But Waves, he was I think he was 40, 50 sal higher 2 seasons ago. And I was gonna pair him up with Kernovi. I feel like that might be a little bit of a steal here.
Who are you mentioning?
Wave.
Waves.
Yeah, I think Waves falling this late is a big win. For
Definitely.
specifically for Pittsburgh. I think in terms of just like sheer talent as you get to round 3, oh, there is a very real chance that we walk out of this draft saying Waves is kind of the biggest steal in world class. You
Yeah,
mentioned
definitely.
Thule early as well. Thule, one of my favorite players, frankly, in world class. Really easy dude to be a fan of. Plays for the right reasons.
Mm.
Um, have me send his earnings straight to his mom. Like really sweet dude. Cares about his family. Cares about people.
Yeah, what a guy. And then we have Hamed. Oh, he was a first rounder a couple seasons ago as well. Maybe even in season 1, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was my teammate in season 1. He was a great guy.
Yeah, that
He's
back in
really
the
good at the
caveman
game.
age.
Yeah,
I
really good.
I would also like to let chat know I will be taking a break from the water breaks until we get to our next tier here, which will be in about 5 minutes. So give us just a moment. My stomach needs to breathe. As we see
Yeah.
TKO, the man who invented the flip reset itself. Not really, but if you think about it. And then Corrupt here go to the Houston Nebula. Core, someone who I have lost, I think, 3 lands to, including 2 grand finals. Oh no, just 1 grand final. So shout out Core.
Mhm,
Super excited to have him in CSA and to see him go in world class. Another player who I believe top 48 CRL finish last season with Carthage College, or at least a peak of around there, and is kind of the leader of that team. So Core now stepping up
mhm.
from being kind of the guy on his
Yeah.
CRL team into a round 3 world class player. I'm not sure if Core has played in a lobby or in a tier like this, and I'm really excited to watch him take these next steps there.
Yeah, I mean, he has a decent little team around him as well with Zolfi and Shakars, so
10
could
second
be
dance battle
with.
is what was redeemed. I guess I didn't know that was a thing.
Since when was that a
Since I
I
said
thing?
it's
didn't
like
know that was a
weird.
thing.
Who is it between? I guess you have to say who it's between. I think it's a 1v1 dance battle only. Dance, dance, dance. All of them, all 3 of you. We have
Oh,
3 picks
hell
left. We'll
no.
give it a 10-second dance battle right after we finish these final 3 picks. As we see Notify, someone who put up almost 480 points per game in Prem last season, hit 2,202s last season. Sneak into this late round 3 of world class. Notify someone who I definitely have my eye on. One dance break, then no more redemptions. Widow here, with our 4th to last pick, wrapping up our Toronto roster, and Phoenix with Nightya and Haha Boo picking up their 3rd player.
It's kind of a
What
demon
a
squad.
duo! Yeah, what an evil team of
And
mechanics
then
and
we have the third
yeah,
one who will only play with Nightya. So
those who know.
those who know
We'll
that
see. We'll see. That
that might be a
likely won't fit.
contender.
They would have to switch the team up for that. Um,
Yeah.
so I believe if they do that, Haha Boo would probably not be here, and I would be really curious to see if like who's a better value, right? Haha Boo at 2140 or someone like Lev at 2350. If you get that Nightya Lev duo, you're talking about a 1900 or a 2K player maybe as your
Yeah.
third. And
I
I mean,
almost built a team like that last season. It was Gyro. I think it was Perry. No, not Perry. It was Gyro, Lev, and then Tox at like 1900 flat. So
yeah,
I'd assume it'd be something pretty similar.
yeah, I have no doubt. I mean, I not to doubt their ability to win with a roster like that, but it's particularly difficult, more difficult in my opinion, the higher level you go to win with a lower sald or a lower leveled third. That said, the Pigeon Lev Slayer team from the New York Empire or New York Vanguard was it even a few seasons ago had a made a big finals run with essentially a duo.
Hmm.
And I mean, Slayer came out last season and kind of proved everybody wrong, making 4 grand finals, but it doesn't seem to be, that much better. It doesn't get that much better than having a duo like that, and you can't really go wrong if that's what the direction they head. As we do wait for the Phoenix Rattlesnakes' 3rd pick here still.
Yeah, because weren't Pujin and Lev also ROCS teammates? Or like they were
Yes,
teammates
I
in
believe
somewhere
At
so.
some
Yeah.
else.
point.
So they'd already have the built-in chem and they just needed to plug in a third. I don't know if that's the case with Naya. I mean, I'd assume it'd be more CRL than RLCS if he's still playing with Pudgeon. I haven't been keeping up.
Yeah, I'm not
But
entirely sure what
Me
the
neither.
RLCS squad looks like for them. I do know some combination of Pigeon, Lev, Nightya, Resinal. There are just a bunch of friends who play together. We see Evelyn and Aqua XO wrap up here. Evelyn, someone who I'm also very excited to see, similar to Zulfi, was on the edge of this world class and premier tier. And last season didn't quite find their way into world class, really wanted to. Did this season, Aqua XO B plus peak demo demon, and wrapping us off with our very final pick of world
JP.
class. Who was it?
JP.
JP.
Yes.
Wonderful.
He's mechanical. He's good. He'll be a good third for a team.
mhm.
Cool. Yeah, I'm not incredibly knowledgeable on a lot of these players as they are so good. They usually don't frequent these kind of draft leagues. So it's really, really exciting to see bubble players and real pros kind of stepping into the scene, into the community, being engaged with it. We do have a dance battle. We did say we would do a 10-second dance
Oh
battle.
my gosh.
So I guess I'll go first. Hit him with a little 10-second jig. Haven't thought too much about this. Wiggle, 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 jiggle, 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 wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Okay, okay. That was something I never thought I'd be doing on a CSA stream. Please, Luigi, take it away.
Oh my
That was only
goodness.
7 seconds. That's all you're gonna get from me. That's all you're gonna get from me. Please
Oh
go
my
next.
god. I don't want to go.
I don't want to go. You think I
I
wanted to
don't
do
want to
that?
do.
You think
I
I
don't want
wanted
to
to do
do
that?
this.
Come on, now. Hose, are you taking it away? There's no way I'm the only one
Eyelids.
doing this.
Oh,
Are
I'm the
you?
last one. I'm the last one. I gotta wrap
Yes.
it up before we go into break. No.
So
Okay,
go
okay.
ahead.
Luigi, you got 5 seconds or
No?
you're banned.
I'm banned then. We good.
Okay, everyone, Luigi will not be dance battling. Boo,
No.
Luigi. Hose,
No.
you're up. Let's see what we got, brother.
You know, what? Hey, can we production? Can we just go into break here?
Okay, okay. Well, dance battle has been officially won by me, forfeited by
Yeah.
everyone else. Rob 1-0, 100% win rate. Nuki, thank you for the subs. We miss you. We love you. Lights too bright for Luigi and Hose. You heard it here
Yeah,
first. We're gonna
facts.
take about a 5-6 minute break, maybe 6-7 minute break, go before we come back with our premiere tier and be right back. Thank you, Luigi. Thank you, Hose. They'll still be here with us, but yeah, wrapping it up. We'll be right back for you.
that shit on the headlight. Drop that shit on the headlight.
And welcome back to our premier tier of CSA Draft Day 1. Still joined here by Luigi, still joined here by Jose. Super excited to have you guys. How was your little 5 to 7 minute break? Getting some water.
Lots of water. That
Lots of
3
water.
bottles down. Gotta catch up on all the hydration breaks,
7 minutes of basically nonstop water drinking is about as good as
Yeah.
it gets. So,
Yeah.
oh, look at this guy. Who does he think he is? He's just staring at the camera, chugging. Wow. Wow.
Still going.
Okay. This might be the longest. You want me to just keep talking? No, we're gonna stop and watch you. We're gonna get there eventually. Nobody give this guy an ice ever. Nobody ice this guy.
Golly.
It would take him so long. Let's go! Yay!
Ah, that's cold.
Thank you for saying you like my hat, Soj and Tekia. I modeled it after you, brother. Well, without further ado, we are going to be here for a while. So Nice little break. Let GMs kind of make sure that they can establish the board. For all of you in chat who don't know, we don't actually place players in tiers. We just give them an MMR. So this 5 to 7 minute break between our tiers is also for our GMs to recalibrate their war room, make sure that they have a plan for who fell. If they need to pivot, make sure their AGMs are on the same page. And we are sure those are water breaks. Who knows anymore, man? Without further ado, let's get straight into our premier tier.
Yeah,
Number one pick is Asa or Azu. Was that
Ozzy.
a keeper or did he just fall back to
No,
Minneapolis?
he, I think
I think he
he
just fell
fell
back.
back. Yeah, I don't think it was a
Well,
keeper.
oh, hold on. I'm having a terrible time here. Everything's falling off my head. Azu's someone who was a part of Minneapolis last season.
Do you remember how he did?
Yeah, he was an absolute stud in Superstar. Very arguably the best player. In a tier with no pun intended, in a tier with Whitlock and Isaac kind of head and
Oh yeah, he
shoulders
was he
above a
was
lot of
Eli's
people.
carry.
Yes, he was. That is one way that you could refer to him is Eli's carry. And so falling here down to Premier, I think that he's someone who I wouldn't have been surprised to see go in world class. I think he's going to be a really, really good in Prem.
Yeah, I'm
Uh,
excited to
I
num-
see
mean,
these teams because this is where I'm gonna go. This is the tier
oh,
I'm gonna play
yes.
in. Yes,
Yes, for those of you who do
oh,
not know in chat, Luigi is a draft eligible player. He
for the
is
first time.
projected, yeah, for the very first time, and he is projected to be
Mhm.
drafted in this tier. So we are going to
Yep.
get live reaction from Luigi while he's drafted, when he finds out who he's drafted by as he
Yeah,
gets DMs. So Bink Stop goes number 2. Tremendous upside from Binks. That guy is unbelievably mechanical.
yeah, he's good.
So Luigi, you are
Yeah.
someone who's projected to go in Prem. What do you think about? What do you want for your teammates? What wins to you in this tier?
Um, the thing is with this tier is like, even from like the top to the bottom, there's not a huge amount of like skill difference. It really still depends on like team chemistry mostly, in my opinion. So I just want to get a couple of players that know how to play the game.
Okay.
That's all I ask.
When you say team chemistry, are you thinking about before coming into the season, players who you know and you
No,
want to play with, or are you referring to
that
developing it across the season?
before the season helps, but this CSA season is so long that you can easily develop chemistry with anyone over the course of a few months. But sometimes it just doesn't happen. Like you can't guarantee anything
Yeah, I mean, you have to
like
have three
working.
people who want it, right? You have to
Yeah.
have three people who want to build chem, who want to
Hmm.
win, and it's difficult over
It is.
an 8 week regular season, a couple majors into playoffs. It
Hmm.
really is who wants it more, who's going to put in the work. It's not just who drafted the best player, who got the best
Yeah.
deal. It really, I like how you framed it. It really is who wants to put in the work to be a good team together.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
As
Or you can get lucky and get the exact people you've teamed with in previous seasons and already have that chemistry. That's also a good possibility.
Yeah, and
But
as we see at pick 3, 4, and 5, we see Isaac, Connor, and Robo go. I mean, I don't know if there is a chalk, like if there is a set, this is what is projected to go. But as far as a top 5, if you told me to guess who goes top 5 Prem, these guys are pretty high on that list. Robo hit 2K already again in twos this season. Dude's a ones monster. He sends me like clips of him beating like 5 up in random ones matches on random Tuesday. Isaac was last season's champion, I believe, finals MVP, or at least best player on the
yes.
championship team.
No, he was. Yep.
yeah, for a superstar.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So moving up a tier, another player we're talking about. Another player moving up a tier in the exact same way that Asa or Azu and Isaac is Whitlock. Whitlock is a very divisive character in the scene. I personally think that he will be fine at this level. I think he will perform perfectly. He'll be great.
Yeah.
But there's also the question to be had, which is Whitlock at 2K does feel crazy. Um, it
Yeah.
feels like a very high number. Some like I compare what he can do on the ball compared to the people around him, and I feel bad. but but you look at what he's able to do off the ball and just how much the guy wins Rocket League matches. And what do you guys think about him falling between players like Rome and Met in Prem?
I mean, Whitlock might have no mechs, but I don't think Rome, Met, Robo2Fly can net stack quite as this guy can. It is an outstanding thing to see. And that's really why you get the guy, because he's just gonna farm saves, gonna get 2 tap-ins, somehow gonna average
Yeah.
500 points, and then he's gonna say he's the MVP. And we all know it's
Yeah.
gonna happen.
He just wins games, right? I believe he's the only two-time MVP now in CSA. I mean, averaged 499 points per game last season
Mhm.
in Superstar at 1985 Sal. So just like an absolutely dominant performance. Met is a newcomer, somebody who I used to team with in RSC in the Master Division. We were in the GC3 team together, and he was essentially he won MVP. He was the best player in the tier. God forbid we were the 1 seed. We're like 45 and 15. Little old me think it's okay to go on a cruise for playoffs because I got 2K first round Met on my team and we get round one. So I don't know what happened. Shout out my boy Met. That guy's a demon, but unfortunate that we didn't end up. We weren't able to bring home that championship together. Leonis goes next. Unbelievably mechanical player. Probably my favorite YouTube montage guy out there. He's probably literally the only montages I watch are like Leonis montages. And Hawk next to the Toronto Six, someone who I know. I don't know if they were a keeper, but I know that Hawk is someone who Spalty knows very well. Competed at the WCSA, Wisconsin CSA land together, good friends, and Spalty being AGM for Toronto. Not a surprise at all to see Hawk go in the first round of Premier to Toronto Six.
Yeah, I
Do
feel. I mean, he must be confident. This guy, like, guys, feel seeing 1970s with still 2Ks in the board. I don't know who. Oh, I guess he just got picked. That MF Dylan. I don't know why he went so low. He had a 2075 salary. I was just looking at him. I don't, maybe he has some maybe he has some out of field problems that people know about. But I mean, Kitty,
um
he knows a lot.
Dylan is somebody who is good friends with Gav, I believe, good friends with Robo, I think. That kind of that friend group. I believe he plays RLCS with Gavalanche and had a so his RLCS peak I think is lower than some of the other players who are picked in world class, but in terms of like individual skill level, he may not have the results, but he has the rank and the grind and the acumen. So I am excited to see Dylan falling here at round one, pick 12. I think that is a tremendous steal for Dylan. And
Definitely.
Tokyo, again, like round one of Premier is full of people who could have played in world class. And so there's so many names that I am saying, wow, this guy's a steal, but if everybody's a steal, maybe they're not, And so
Yeah.
as we get to our final pick or two picks left in this first round, does anybody jump out to either of you as, wow, this guy fell in the draft?
That have already been picked.
Yes. Or not even.
I feel like looking at these players here, and I'm looking at who's available. I feel Ghosty might be a little undersold. I might stick a couple 20-30 on him easily.
Yeah.
I think he's a great player. He played for me 2 seasons ago. My other guy quit, and he'd be begging me for a spot. So I was like, "All right, bro, here you go. Here's your chance." And he played out of his mind. And that was when he was undersold, and it was the other premiere back when we had the great 2K inflation.
Oh, those who know. The season two 2K inflation.
hmm And he played
Yeah,
really
I
low, so it's a guy I'm looking at right now who I think is, if he goes in the second round, that's a great team.
yeah, I think that's an astute observation. Ghosty is somebody who He's been salved above 2K, I believe, the last several seasons. And he, after struggling to put up some productive ones, at least statistically speaking, he ended up getting moved down a little bit. And I think you're right. I think Ghosty is someone who is positioned with the way that this league is operating to be a second or third round, probably not a third round pick, a late first, early second round pick in Premier. And I think that's somebody who, if somebody wanted to take a chance on Ghosty, even in low world class, I don't think that would be crazy.
Mm-mm. 'Cause I'm looking at those world class names right now. Everyone's great,
Oh,
but it is a mix of world class and prem from that season too.
could we get a refresh on the board, perhaps? Give us just a second, Dilo. Thanks for pointing that out here. Hmm. What happened to the board indeed? It would be back. Give us just a moment. Yeah, we do have, it's all keepers loading on the board there. We do have the draft still,
Okay, there we go. It's working for me now.
yeah, on the mainstream. Perfect. Okay, everything should be back up, all up to date.
And we're waiting on the
Wonderful.
Seattle Emerald pick, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So Oni is someone who I also, again, I'm a massive fan of Oni. Former, I like B plus at least. 2100 threes peak from back in the day, upper staff and RL six mans. We've talked a lot about how availability, the best ability is availability. And Oni
Yeah.
is someone who shows up every day and plays smart, good threes. He's not going to blow you away with double, triple flip resets or hitting the craziest angles, but the dude is just a tremendous threes player. He's going to show up, and if you in these higher tiers where there's a lot of doubt, a lot of
Yeah.
questions about who can show up and who's going to be committed to 3-4 months of a grind, right? I think Oni's a tremendous pick, and I really like the direction that Gage is heading. DJ, maybe we do team, but that is not up to me. You actually could have drafted me, and then you got me. So who knows?
Those who know.
Wow.
And we could have teamed an MCS, but he didn't.
Oh, that's a real shout. Me, DJ, and Hose, that would have been greatness.
That would have
Speaking of,
been one of
if
the
anyone
goals.
is curious, we do have 2 weeks of preseason this season, partially to make sure that there is no overlap with the MCS land. A league who we care about deeply. A lot of us have played in there. A lot of us got our start there, met each other there. So no worries if you do play MCS and you are going to land. There is absolutely no overlap that matters. Just preseason week 2. As we see our first duo go here to Brick and the San Antonio Stallions with Denzi and Little MJ, two players that I'm not extremely familiar with. Do either of you know them particularly well?
Not
No,
really,
it's not
honestly.
familiar at all.
Um,
Cool.
yeah,
It's always exciting to
it is
see.
Yeah.
exciting.
It's also nerve-wracking, right? Specifically, maybe Luigi for you, someone who's going to be drafted into this tier, almost certainly.
Yeah.
And now the first duo that we see is two players you're not familiar with. Is that a little comp that we might be having for you as we see Joshi get paired with Oni with the
Yeah.
OKC dice?
I wouldn't say so. I would say, gotta wait and see. Wait till we play, stuff like that. There's a lot
Hmm.
of season, a lot of time to figure out who everyone
No,
is.
well, not to bring up the PTSD, but unfortunately we have one more water break coming through.
Oh my
So
goodness.
everyone take a sip as we see we saw our first co-founder in Condra get kept in world class, and we see our second co-founder in Likewise here in round 2, pick
Yeah.
6 of Premier to Baltimore. I'm really excited for Likewise this season as well.
Yeah. Very good players.
Who was his
Paired up.
first?
He's
Who's his
paired up with
first?
Dylan. With Dylan.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
oh,
gonna
and
be
they're
good.
friends. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So this is a really interesting aspect of CSA that doesn't exist in a lot of other places. There's a lot of skill expression with management, and some of that
Mhm.
can include literally convincing players to play. I don't know if you played any college football 27, but there's recruiting in it. You got to put hours in, and the more hours you put in, the better it goes with your players.
Yeah.
Dylan, there were chats in our Twitch or chats in our Twitch, whatever. People were saying things in our Twitch chat about
Mhm.
how Dylan was only wanting to play in world class. I wonder if they're friends with Gav, if they're friends with Robo, they're also friends with Likewise. I believe they've teamed and they play together a decent bit. If Dylan Tippett said no to everyone else to play because he really wanted to play only in world class, but his friend happened to be in Premiere, and the GM, Kitty, plays that card and says, "Hey, I know you only wanted to play world class, but I got your buddy Likewise on my team. Would you be
Yep.
interested in giving that a shot? There's still a $700 prize pool, still still some great players. You could still earn that spot up even. You could even sub up, right? I wonder if all of a sudden Dylan is down to play in Premiere because of Likewise, and if Kitty is the one who set that up. Okay,
That's a
Kitty's in the chat saying that Likewise made the pick, and he's killing him if he toasts him. So maybe I wasn't too far
We'll
off.
see.
I mean, I'd assume it'd work out because Kitty is like the availability merchant.
He
So
is the
That is
availability merchant.
true.
Slayer round 3. Okay. And next, after Likewise, we see Vidhawk RL go to Dylon. Ant
Mhm.
and then Fours. 3 tremendously different players, but all extremely talented.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was actually
And
wishing Fours would go down a couple more picks into the Denver Shred so they could recreate that the St. Louis Superstar team, which
oh
was
yeah.
Whitlock, Fours, and Oatmeal Gobbler, which kind of ran the whole thing.
That was an incredible team. Oatmeal Gobbler, I believe, rank X APAC player, correct? Went and got like a top 12 RLCS or something in APAC. Is that, am I making that up?
Yeah, he did a
Sure.
study abroad there, and he was just kind of running things.
Yeah, wow. That's super cool.
That
And
is. Yeah,
Luigi!
look at that.
Luigi
Luigi!
from the Denver
Oh,
Shred.
and we gotta know. So what's the thought process? Were you DM'd? You kept it a surprise for the stream for me and Jose? Walk us through. What are your thoughts? Who's your teammate? Where are we going with this? Oh,
I'm
you
not gonna
my God!
lie.
You got the net stacker.
I got
Oh,
Whitlock. I'm not gonna lie. I did not know where I was gonna end up. There was a few people that
Mhm.
wanted me, but Whitlock ended up getting the first grab at me when he could. So that's where I'm going.
I think that's going to be. You wanted someone who knows how to play Rocket League, doesn't
Whitlock
overcomplicate it.
knows how to play Rocket League.
Yeah, he
That's
doesn't show.
that's all I
It
asked for.
doesn't have too many issues showing up unless he gets a job like you did with my team. God forbid. But we both know he's not going to keep that job, so it's going to be okay for you. And so cool. That's super exciting.
Yeah.
I was going to ask who you're looking at, but I don't want to do that because you could be
Well,
telling some
yeah.
other GMs. Let's talk
Yeah, yeah.
about it after.
Yeah.
Um, next, we actually see Ghosty go next, who you were talking about, Jose,
Hmm.
and then 2 picks later. Do you want to talk about him?
Takeover. This guy, he actually like saved my superstar season, and that's not a lie. I was talking with him the whole time, and even though we did get a bit lucky with the team building, I think he played like at least 50 or 60 sal higher than he is. So the fact that he's a 1915, I think, is a great steal for Mirrid and the Savannah Phantoms. And Ghosty second round, I mean, I don't. Who's their first rounder? Rome.
Mhm.
Rome's a pretty active guy, so that seems like a
Rum's
decent
good.
little team as well.
If
Mhm.
Rome is committing and wants to be here and is going to put in like the hours, I think that team is terrifying, frankly. Ghosty and Rome are arguably I mean, I think they're the only duo who has been both who have both been salved at 2K plus for multiple
Mhm.
seasons, for
Mhm.
any season, let alone multiple seasons. So that's MMR wise, that seems to be a really powerful duo. And I know Connor, the first pick of Savannah, was on, I believe, a UR team with Takeover that did really, really well.
Yes, they were.
And so Connor and Takeover are reunited here. Luigi, you weren't on that team, but you played against them,
No,
right?
I wasn't. I played against them, and they were pretty
Okay.
good. They made it to the finals of UR.
So yeah, I'm excited. I think again we're seeing these duos form in a really interesting way. I mean, Eli's about to get his entire team finish here, but any of the duos jump out to either of you as wow? These two are just better. These two are really scary to me.
Hmm. I mean,
Um,
I'm not scared of no one, honestly. Like I know my ability. I don't think
Okay.
anyone scary in this tier, to be honest.
yeah, for me,
Nobody's scary in
the
this
first
tier.
couple
I
I'm
like
looking
No,
that.
at, I like Takeover,
Connor
Connor a
takeover is gonna
lot.
be good. Yeah,
I think Forz and Leonis are quite good just because of how Forz plays. He likes being a little demo chasey from what I watched that team, and Leonis, he said, is incredibly mechanical.
yeah.
I like Luigi and Whitlock a lot as well. I feel like you might as well get another net stacker and round the whole thing up.
Hmm. We see, I believe this is either current or former B plus Stellar. I think former. Former B plus Stellar
Yeah.
at 1938 Sal here. Uh, and that's Azu Stellar, and we are finding our third piece of the puzzle for that Minneapolis team here shortly. Juan goes, Pink as Cat. Welcome to the Minneapolis Meteors. Pink as Cat and Eli, definitely very close. Risser and the Pittsburgh Hornets, I think that's a good pick. I
There's
mean,
a
it's a
keeper
keeper.
there.
He's a
Yeah.
he's a keeper, but I think he's
Yeah.
Risser's a monster. It just depends on how seriously he's going to take anything at all ever. Uh, but if that guy locks in, he is unbelievably like twitchy, freestyly. That guy can just make stuff happen in a way a lot of players can't.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Then Minneapolis running up the team with No. Are y'all familiar with him? He doesn't.
Yeah, so
He
if
was
you
good
Like,
last season.
if you click on a player's name in the draft, it pulls up all of their stats from last season. So you can see right now, no, last season in Superstar had 460 points per game, 16 MVPs. And you can see a lot about play styles. He had almost a demo and a half per game.
Mhm.
So a really powerful player there. And this San Diego team, what are we looking at here? We have Isaac, Oatmeal Gobbler, and Dilo.
that.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. I mean, I've been a GM of all three players. This is gonna be really interesting. I think Dilo is pretty undersized. I would add an easily 40-50 to him. He kind of manhandled Elite last season. Oatmeal Gobbler's a really safe guy, and I know Dilo likes to be on the ball a lot, and Isaac's just a really solid player. I mean, it doesn't look like a bad team. I don't know if Dilo's ever played in a league this high before, but if he has, I mean, that looks like a decent team. I'm not sure if I would bank on them being like top of the league though.
Someone who I would
Yeah.
maybe bank on being on the top of the league is that Savannah team after picking up Hydrosin. I think Hydrosin is very similar, Luigi, to the player that you are talking about wanting. Someone who plays good threes, doesn't overcomplicate it, just does his job, does it well, does it efficiently, keeps boost, applies pressure, doesn't overcommit, just plays good solid Rocket League. And matching that up with Takeover and Connor, I think that's going to be a really good premier team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if
Gonna
Dilo's
be
ever played at a
interesting.
level like this. Luigi, have you seen him in any other leagues play at?
No, I've never seen him play. Like I've never played against him, so I don't really
Yeah.
know like firsthand
Yeah.
how he is.
I think that's
Yeah,
somebody who is very I think the upside is very high. I wouldn't be surprised if he does well, but there's also like potentially a learning period, right?
yeah,
Where we need
because
to go ahead.
from what I've seen from his playstyle, he just likes to be the best on the field. And I don't know if he can handle having to. I mean, he won't have to with Oatmeal Gobbler. That guy's a demon off the ball. You won't really
Hmm.
expect him to do much on it. But
Mhm.
I don't know if Dilo is gonna be able to keep up with these better defenses. I mean, I'm rooting for the guy. I love all three of these players. It's just a big question mark for me if he can be as mechanical as he was the previous seasons.
Yeah, I agree. How much space will he have and how much space will he
Yeah.
need? How quickly can this player adjust? To me, it's not a question of whether Dilo can survive and thrive in this elo. It's a question of how quickly does he go from, okay, I'm really good against some 1700s to, wow, now I'm against 1900s, right?
Yeah.
What does
Exactly.
that look
It's a
like?
big
What's that
change.
difference? Mhm. And I mean, speaking of rounding out rosters, Luigi, we see you take your, or not you take, but you round
Yeah.
out your third. So you, Whitlock, and Danger. How we feeling?
I feel great. Danger's a great player. He played in UR this past
Mhm.
season and that team was insane with him. So
I
we'll
feel
see
like
how it
everything I
goes.
said about Hydrosin, I could just copy and paste to Danger. Just like a very
Yeah.
smart, very good threes player, does his job.
Yep.
Like
Very
kind of
good.
exactly what you were hoping for. So I actually,
Yeah.
I really like your team. I worry slightly that your team is, well, not worry. It's an interesting combination of three people who are just gonna not get scored on and not give you anything. And it's a really interesting balance. Usually teams have like, I don't want to say a lead playmaker, but every team has someone who, if everyone could go for the ball, who takes that? Right? Like that
Hmm.
team with Dilo, Oatmeal Gobbler, and Isaac. Like Isaac is the guy on ball, to me
Yeah.
at least, on that team. And
Yeah.
like Rome, right? You guys don't have an Isaac, you don't have a Rome, but you have three people who can play extremely solid, even not even like a bink stop, this individual mastermind on the ball. And I'm really fascinated to see how your team is gonna go into the regular season. I think it's gonna be a really cool one to
Yeah.
follow.
It's gonna be fun. We'll see how it goes. I'm confident.
You see TK Zanny, Fuge, and then G go next. I think I have some mutuals with Food from like years ago. I think through this guy named Don. I used to know this dude like 5 years ago, but I like don't know if that's actually true. This G, I also am not familiar with G. It is insane. Gani goes here in round three
Wow.
premiere. Wow.
That is something. I'm not
That
going
is
to
a
lie.
crazy pick.
At least MMR wise, that is somewhat of a reach by about 80 MMR. But I mean, we've talked about it. We've talked about it day in, day out, right, Luigi? The one thing that keeps coming
Yeah.
back is it's all about how are you going to show up? Are you going to show up every day? Are you going to care? Are you going to want to get better? And I don't think that it's like insane to take someone like Sangani here. They just need to. I would just assume that he's checking every single one of those boxes for this GM to help him feel a little bit better about that MMR reach.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I don't. I mean, he's also had the case of playing against like 1700s, 1800s. He was superstar last season, which is like in the 1800, low 1900. And did he? I don't know. I don't know what to think.
Sangani was on a top five elite team last season with Plasma, where he put up 360 points per game and had a 61% win rate. 1.2 demos per game, about 1.5 goals generated per game. I mean, it was very solid, very good, but
Yeah,
I am surprised to see him make the jump. That said,
yeah.
I am inclined to believe in people. When if a GM drafts someone this early, it makes me think that there's a reason for it. And with that, I would like to kind of give him a vote of confidence. Say like, let's see, let's go kick some ass, right? Like it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be hard. I don't know if he'll be able to, but I think it'll be really. I'm excited to watch him do his best and support him along the way.
yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. Who's this Virginia GM? I'm not.
His
I
name
don't
is
remember.
Dylon. He is the one who took over for the Detroit Bison halfway through last season. And so this is his first season taking over a CSA franchise. He's someone with RSC franchise experience, good dude, smart dude, kind of knows what he's doing. And maybe that's where my belief in Sangani comes
Hmm.
from, is because if Dylon believes in him, I'm inclined to believe in him. Um, that said, still like I mean he's 90 MMR below the guy drafted in front of him and behind him. So
Yeah.
that's a lot of MMR to make up. I'm excited to see how that goes. Pink is cat racing. I like let me Scroll down this
Then
guy.
Eclipse, Guard Dog, Freeze Slacks. Interesting.
Let
Yeah,
me
we'll
walk through
see.
these final few one more time just to make sure that we wrap up everything. Are any teams jumping out to you right away? I mean, obviously, Luigi, your team is jumping out to you right away. How do you feel about it?
No
Do you
one.
feel like you're coming out the gate as a contender?
I feel great.
Cool,
Yeah.
cool. You always love that.
Yourself.
Jose, anything jumping out to you?
I like this Denver team a lot. I think it's gonna be really annoying to play against these like Haram net stacking teams.
Yeah, yeah.
I personally like that style of Rocket League a lot. I think it's the most consistent, and I don't know. I just really like the Denver team, and I think Phantoms is a really great team as well. And this hold on, I just realized this. Katie has built like a super team out of nowhere.
Yeah, three
Yeah.
absolutely individual monsters. The
Yeah,
question is, will they be able to survive? You look at the
Yep.
Brooklyn Nets, right? You got KD, Harden, and Kyrie. Does that work, right? Can you have three superstars on the same team, right? Like, I don't know. So,
Yep. We'll see.
uh, well, Luigi, Jose,
Yeah.
it's been a pleasure having the two of you on the desk. Uh, say if you'd like to say a couple words to some people to the chat before we wrap up about anything with the world class, with Prem. If you just want to say hi, give someone a shout out. We're about to take about a 5 to 7 minute break before we get to Superstar. So say your piece.
Go Den.
hey,
I live
just
there
thanks for
now.
having me.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I
There you go.
appreciate it, especially on a couple days' notice, both of y'all. So
Yep.
thank you. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 5 to 7 minutes. Type 1 to make Luigi eventually have to do a dance break. Type 2 to make Jose have to do a
Okay.
dance break. Okay. Appreciate you all. We'll see you in just a few and see you shortly. Bye, guys.
Drop that shit on the headlight. Drop that shit on the headlight.
Hello, 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 and welcome into, our superstar tier. So our third prize pool tier, our first one that's going to be having 4 different rounds of players. Guess what time it is? It is water break time. Thank you, Dark Frost, for another water break.
They're going crazy with these.
Yeah, they are, and I think if someone wants to go crazy with something, reminding me to drink water is pretty high up the list of things that are okay. I feel like that's helpful and I appreciate it. It's usually what my wonderful girlfriend Danielle does, but she is out of town with work, so it is nice to have Dark Frost play the role of. Never mind. Anyway, moving forward, we see Jose joining us again, sort of.
Oh shoot, we're on.
Oh, we're on stream. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Oh.
Yay. Okay, cool. So without further ado, we're going to go straight into our superstar draft. We have 4 different tiers or 4 different rounds of this draft coming up.
Yeah.
The first tier where someone will be cut from the roster. So really excited to see kind of how that ends up shaping. A lot of players dropping who maybe I wasn't
They are.
expecting to. This first round, I think, is going to be fascinating. Players like Frenchie jump out to me really early. Kind of surprised to see him not get picked up by a couple of the players he's friends with in the tier above. And also, if you haven't noticed, chat, I lied to you. Haha. Luigi and Jose are still here with me. I was wrong. They're here for one more tier, so you're blessed.
Or cursed. Who knows? Who knows how everyone thinks? And
And
Andy
well,
goes first.
yeah. What do you think about that pick?
Andy's good. He's a very solid player.
Reminds me of the players you were describing. I want someone who knows how to play threes, who does their
Yeah.
job. I mean, same as Frenchie, right? Number
Yeah.
one, number two, we see Andy and Frenchie, two players who I view very similarly, styled only two apart. Um, you can't really go wrong. I don't think that either of them have the craziest upside in Superstar, but I do think that their floors are both unbelievably high.
hmm Yeah, that's important in drafting people.
Yeah.
But
I
Especially
mean, I
drafting
don't.
your first.
yeah,
I
gotta have a
actually
solid
kind of
foundation.
disagree with that. When I get my first rounder, I kind of want a loose cannon, and then I draft the other two guys to be more solid.
That's also
Because
good. Yeah.
yeah, if you get kind of a loose cannon here, he can single-handedly win you the game. And since he's the first rounder, his even if his floor is low, it should be high enough to be like a third round or a sub or
Yeah.
a decent sub. So you shouldn't lose the game automatically on the spot.
Mhm.
Speaking of someone
That's a
with a
good point.
really high floor, I mean T Dot here going at pick three. Worth
Yeah.
noting, all three of these picks are over at least 50 sal below the highest player on the board.
Yep.
So JWLK, Julk, maybe, and Jen at 1930 and 1940. Both being left on the board for players 1888, 1890, 1875.
hmm
That jump out to either of you at all?
Not
It's not that
really.
much of a difference, like that crazy of a difference. So
Yeah.
it's not surprising.
And you, as a GM managing these high rosters, you kind of know which people to watch out for to not really even consider. So maybe they got some insider information about these players that they aren't the best to work with.
I think what's
hmm
really interesting is with the way that our draft system works, maybe there's also the chance that GMs just weren't ready for these players to fall down here. With
That is
multiple
true.
1890s and 1900s going in the tier above, this 5-7 minute break between tiers is meant to kind of recalibrate with the new options, the new players who dropped.
hmm
And I think it is part of being a really elite GM is being able to pivot on the fly. It's obviously having a plan, but if these players are dropping and they are going to be better than ones around them, I really wonder how long we're going to see them staying on this board for.
Yeah.
We see Eli and Busy go as keepers right after
Keepers.
Civil Pangolin. Two GMs that both competed in Superstars. Superstar did extremely well. Eli, in particular, was a borderline All Star. I believe he was an All Star for Superstar last season, and now he finds himself in the top five again.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Eli and Busy, they could both play a B round, round, third round premier easily.
It could.
So, and it depends on the guy, I would easily give either of them like 30 extra sal, but if they don't want to play around with that 30 extra cap space and they want to be the first runner, be kind of the best player in the team, then it's kind of down to their preference.
hmm
Yeah, absolutely. And give us just a moment. Jim having a couple login issues with the website, just making sure we don't auto pick if people are actually here. So even in the San Diego Sea Lions here at pick 7, looking to just kind of make sure that we can keep rolling with things. Yeah, as players continue to drop, there's what, one, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9. Only 10 players above 1875, and one at 1940 and one at 1930. tremendous ceilings. Fluffy goes here at 1875 Sal as well. Not too surprised. I know Iwu and Fluffy know each other. I think that's a valid pick. You talk about picking upside early, Jose. I think Fluffy's kind of the definition of upside.
Hmm.
Can hit some of the craziest shots you've ever seen, but also might turn into the corner for no reason at all. You know?
Yep.
Someone know I'm actually a big fan. If you want to talk about passion, you want to talk about will to improve, understanding to improve. Somebody who I've played at a few lands with. I'm personally a massive fan. The community is certainly split on how they view him as a player, but I think that the one undoubted thing is that he's extremely passionate about improving, about being a part of things, and again, we talk about it all the time. The best ability is availability. And if I am picking based on that early, I think Fluffy definitely has to be considered.
Yeah,
Mm,
definitely.
there,
We finally get
there,
one of these top three falling down. Jay
yes.
Wilk.
Yeah,
I
I
don't know how
mean,
to say his name.
I so if you're curious, you can click on their name. Just a reminder to everybody, if you want to see any of these players on the draft at playcsa.com/draft, you can click on them. It'll take you to their player profile, and you can see their trackers directly as well. So JWLK, someone who's already hit 1939 in twos this season, was 1920 last season, has 740 games played. Somebody who I probably would have drafted as a GM here. Um, I would have taken them a little early. I think a tremendous steal falling this late, sheerly based off of quantity of games played and how that correlates to passion and interest in improving. Also, if that is him in his Steam profile picture, bro's got a killer mustache. So shout out, dude. So I'm a big fan. You got a big mustache. I'm a big fan. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, I always like doing best player available. And if he doesn't show up, you can just hopefully rebuild in a couple weeks and hope for the best.
People will inevitably sign up at this tier, so
Yeah,
there will
that's
be
also true.
options. I don't
I
mind
mean,
taking the risk.
I've won this tier twice in a row, and I did it two completely different ways. I mean, season two, I won it with a fully drafted team, and then season three, I had to rebuild twice. And I mean, I feel like you don't have to just because you don't have a perfect draft doesn't mean that it's over for you. You can always make changes, and as long as you can live with those changes
Hmm.
and make smart decisions, you'll have a good roster.
Yeah,
And we finally see Jen go as well, by the way. The other 1930 plus player who is left on the board. Um, Oh my God. Everyone, quick shout out to Revan in the chat. Revan NJ about are one of my favorite teammates ever. Haven't seen him much, doesn't have time for Rocket League that much right now, but a lot of love and found a way to hop in the stream chat. Doesn't even play in CSA. I don't even know if he's in the server. So big snaps to my goat, one of my best friends and teammates that I've made through Rocket League. Jen, as we were just talking, someone who hit 1950 a couple seasons ago, currently 1900, 1880 in twos. So I think again, Jen falling here to round one, pick 11. I think it's a really good steal. Same as Peach here at 13 in terms of Luigi. We're talking about
yeah.
that archetype being so solid, being the smart
Yeah.
threes player, doing your job.
And I
This
know
this
him and
Peach
Jay are
guy's so
friends,
tough.
and him
Yes.
and Jay are friends. So yeah, that works. That'll work well. And then Oibu's a net stacker also.
Yeah, he's kind
He's
of.
he's
I
good.
also view him as a solid player.
Yeah, he's good.
I don't know. I
I'm
feel
curious to
like,
see who's gonna be paired with.
yeah. I mean, Peach and Jay, I think those are both kind of undersolid players as well. At
I
least for
agree.
Peach, I didn't watch him last season. I couldn't, but I watched him two
Mhm.
seasons ago. I remember that guy being a demon, and Zoms is always talking about how undersolid Jay is.
Mhm.
I
So it's
mean, I
interesting.
will. The question with Jay has never been is he good? It's about does he have time to play Rocket League?
Hmm.
Um,
That doesn't matter. Yeah.
and I think that there's a real argument to if Jay has hours, he's going to be a demon, right? All that's always never the question, but it's more like I mean, this is someone who used to be a GM, stepped down from GM due to time things. Used to be an AGM, stepped down to AGM due to time things. And I think Jay's again just a demon. So smart, such a good threes player, but in this tier, we're these are some really good players. Will we be able to put in the hours necessary to stay at or above the competition?
Yeah.
We see our first duo go in Pittsburgh with MK, and Corrupt.
Yeah.
Is that the same corrupt that was world class back in season 1?
I don't think so.
His name
There
sounds
was there
familiar.
was a
No, no,
Corrupt.
corrupt with a C. It's like COR. Yeah, that guy's
Uh,
it's a different guy for sure.
Oh, I really like this start of this Rochester team. Swish and
Swish and
Gatman.
Gatman.
Yeah, I think you talk about that's a combination to me of threes acumen and upside, and I think that would be a really fun team to play on. I think those guys are
mhm.
good at what they do. Uh, Again, we keep talking about doing their job, right? They're just good, solid threes players. That's kind of a lot of what this tier is. I'm going to echo it about Hams too. What's interesting is this 1800 to 1900 range. You'll find a lot of the players who can do 80% of what the tier above can, but just lack a little bit of that upside, the offensive
Yeah.
creation. Uh, and that leads to some really interesting team building conversations.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, the goat, Sean K.
Yeah, they're bringing them back together,
Yes.
that Toronto team. Unfortunately, the third from that Toronto team, those who know, is not going to be draft eligible, at least for this season, for reasons.
Uh,
But now the question is, does Jay fall to round 3 if that's who they wanted? Right, we see Peach and Sean K. Now they're going to have to wait for that Jay pick, and they're going to have to wait a long time. I think Spader is an incredible pick here. I think he fell a lot later than I expected.
mhm.
I mean, yeah,
Oh, I gotta.
Spader, even with the adjustment, players do get adjusted salary wise based on where they fall in the draft, by the way. So if you fall later, your salary is the average of the draft slot plus what you were given as your base salary. So Spader, even with getting picked a little bit later here, goes from, I believe, something around 1900 down to 1880 and is 30-ish higher than the last three to five picks ahead of him. That could be a big difference. Jay is a keeper.
Yes.
Okay. So
That team is round out.
when I said that Jay needed to fall in the third round,
Oh.
I was wrong. Jay is a
No,
keeper
he's
on that
already
team, and the
picked.
team is done. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
At least
Whoopsies.
the starting team is done.
Cool. That's going to be a really fun group of 3.
Yeah.
And here we see Remy. Remy, someone I am ecstatic to see compete. He's a former rematch pro. I met him over there, got him in CSA, and he is somebody who he actually messaged me and was hoping to go in Premier. I think that he is someone who could, if a spot opens up, definitely compete for that. And I think that Remy is, frankly, a steal going this late in round 2.
Haven't seen
Yeah.
much of him, but I believe it.
This week he grinded a bunch of twos. So
Mm,
he actually is at his peak in the last year. Um, like right now. He's
yeah.
1930 in twos.
Jesus. For a second round pick, that's really good.
Absolutely. But he's just someone who people didn't know because he joined the league late last season to
Hmm.
Mexico City team that was already eliminated from playoffs. And in Elite at like an 1805 sal, he just didn't we people didn't play against him that much. We just didn't get to see him. And especially in this tier where he's projected, a lot of the players don't know him because he didn't play against them. They didn't see his name.
Yeah. I also really like this Evan pick. I don't know. I think it's the same Evan from 2 seasons ago as like EHVN. Guys
I
probably like a.
actually I believe it's a different one.
Oh,
Because the
really?
EHVN is Gavalanche's CRL teammate, and I believe that this one is not 90% sure. Let me
I
double check
was
based on the
I don't
trackers.
know. Yeah.
Or I just the open Discord DM button that we have on the website, which is so cool. This is not that Evan,
okay.
Okay.
but just Evan with spelled with an EH that is like within 10 mmR of the other one, though. So you are completely correct that it resembles that they resemble each other. Doma. So we have Caleb, Blisk, Doma, and Olvi. I'm just gonna say it. Fluffy and Doma is the up. We've talked a lot about how people draft for floor. I think the ceiling on that team is
It's
crazy,
high.
personally.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The floor's low, but that's okay. It's a good risk to take, honestly.
I think so too.
I think you just need someone that can keep the mental stable, and then the team will be really good. Because I
Yeah,
can see
that's
that
also a
team
big issue.
exploding even in a preseason match where nothing matters.
Yeah.
I think people underestimate Fluffy's mental. Um, It's because of they knew him when he was like 15 and 16 and now he's 18, 19. I think Fluffy has grown a lot as a competitor, and I don't disagree with your sentiment that the team's mental could be a focal point, but I do want to give some credit where it's due, and uh I think that is a little, I don't want to say overplayed. Okay,
Yeah.
also we had another water break come through.
Of course we did.
Of course we did indeed.
Oh,
Moving into round 2, pick 14, we see Shaman, formerly Jirachi, go. Easy to remember. They're both mythical Pokemon. Have fun. I think Jirachi's really solid. Who is on that Houston team?
let's
Uh,
see.
Civil Pangolin, are y'all familiar
Civil
with him?
I am
Pangolin.
not hip to the Civil Pangolin tech.
I've seen him in ranked a couple times, but nothing significant like that I
Yeah.
remember.
I mean, this MMR range is kind of a little too low for me, so I don't really see these type of
Okay.
players.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
For those
Yeah,
of
I'm
you in
sure.
chat, Jose is probably champ 2 and 3s right now. And 2s, actually. So,
and two is that's
and
ridiculous.
2s. I think this might be my favorite pick of the draft so far. I have a few questions about how Crypt can play in a little bit higher of an elo. I think a lot of the people here are better than the lower end of Prem that I've
Mhm.
seen him play against in RSC. But I
Yeah.
think that Crypt has impressed me basically every time I've seen him. I think he belongs here. His sal's a little bit lower than some of the players around him, but I think Crypt could be there. It would not surprise me if we look back on the draft and Crypt is the steal of Superstar going, what is that, round 3? Round 2, pick 15, very late round 2.
Yeah, what do you think about
Mhm.
this now fully formed San Antonio team, man? I think they're really solid.
Who is on that team?
Halo.
Andy, Taylor, and Saucy.
That reminds me a lot of Luigi's team, honestly, where it's
Yeah.
3 dudes who don't do anything crazy,
Yeah,
but just play really good Rocket League.
they do. It's
Um,
gonna be similar.
yeah, I mean, what about so Baltimore as well? Who is their first rounder?
Is that's
Frenchie and
Frenchie.
F. This is
Frenchie,
like,
Crypt, and Zippy is like it's
That's
like
a really
identical.
good team,
That's a
actually. I
yeah.
like
really
that.
good
I like
team.
that team a little more, if
I
I'm
mean,
being honest.
that's basically the same team as season 2 superstar Atlanta Aces made the grand finals.
Yeah.
Was that was that
That was,
Frenchie, Zippy, and Barry?
no, it's Frenchie, Zippy, and it might be Saucy. I'm not gonna lie. It's something along those lines.
Yeah. Well, we see a great duo reunite with Frenchie and Zippy, and then the person who I said is arguably the steal of the draft. So I agree. I am the biggest General Zippy fan ever. Um, that dude, I've teamed with that dude like for 6 seasons across a bunch of different leagues and 2s and 3s. I General Zippy is like one of my favorite teammates ever. for a
He's a
lot
good
of
guy.
reasons. Yeah, I am the biggest Zippy. I mean, he's on my team in RSC this season. Like there are a few people who I think are easier to play with, who make more sense when they play Rocket League. Is he perfect? No, but nobody is. That's why he's 1830 Sal. But for 1830 Sal, that guy is so tough, so tough.
I agree. I've
Yeah, he
seen
was
him
going
in the
crazy in that
league.
grand final. He was like basically a one-man army. Not to discredit the other two, he was just playing out of his mind.
Mhm. And actually, one of the championships that we won was with the San Diego draft pick from this tier. It was me, Zippy, and Fluffy. So
Mm.
interesting that they find themselves competing once more as well. And Barry, a player we just mentioned, finds himself on Akron. Oh, what is that? That is a really good team too.
Busy
Busy,
Olvi
That's a
Berry.
very good
busy
tier.
Olvi Barry is filthy. I think that's my favorite right now.
I like that team
Um,
a lot. Berry, I
mhm,
know he's hit kind of poor form recently. I had him 2 seasons in a row. Unfortunately, had to kick him last season just because we needed the team to get better. But I really like Barry. I think he has a lot of upside, and if he's playing the game good, he could be as good as Busy. I mean, I remember that guy in like MCS season 11. I was just super impressed with his play.
mhm. I mean, it's very similar to the other teams we talked about, but then they have someone with the upside, right? We're talking about like Busy hitting 20, 30 in twos, as funny as it is forever ago. Haha, 2K player Busy. The dude's a demon on the ball, right? If you need someone to hit like a Dave single, that guy will burger it in your net every time. And I think having that on your team, we're talking about how many have such a high floor. I think separating it and having a really high ceiling with what Busy's able to do on that roster
Yeah,
Mhm.
is really noteworthy.
and
Also,
I
we
feel
got
Barry's
a
also one of those players.
if everyone could please round of applause for Beast. Beast got drafted. Wow.
Beast is
Congratulations. Standing
good.
ovation for Beast to be drafted. Yay, Beast.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, wow.
I'm so proud of you, Beast. Please give me
I
free RL
think
labs.
Yeah, literally. Those who know about conversations behind closed doors that nobody knows about. Anyway, we see Kai and Virus go next here at pick 9 and pick 10. Kai, I mean, round 3 to me is full of value. Kai, I think, is incredible. I think
I
I rate him higher than a lot of people do. Um,
no,
I
I think it's
had
good.
I rostered him in Premiere in season 9 of MCS with Likewise and Notice. And that's my first time meeting him, and I was just really impressed ever
Hmm.
since in terms of kind of doing everything, just being so solid, just so
Mhm.
good at playing Rocket League. The
Yeah.
archetype that we've discussed so much on stream with like Jay, like Barry, like Zippy, like Frenchie, like Saucy, just these dudes who just do their job and do it damn well. I Yeah, Kai. He's also super old, so one for the oldie guys. Let's go.
He still got it.
I also really like this virus pick. He was Spalty's hard carry last season for Elite, and he was just playing really well. And I think
Mhm.
him and Remy, I remember him being really good as well. I don't know who Leaf is. I don't want to be rude to the guy, but I feel that's a really solid team as well.
Yeah, Virus is actually played at the WCSA LAN. He, I believe, just graduated high school, but before doing so, his high school team was him, Yamo, and Dark Frost, and they got top 4 in the nation. So I would, if you want to give a round of applause to anything, a little snap to anything, shout out more MLHS, bro. Those guys are actually demons. And
Yeah,
Virus has recently taken that step into being not a 1700 anymore, right? He not only hit SSL, but he's back in 1800. He's really taking that step forward, going again, like you mentioned, from being that elite player, right? Literally in the elite tier, kind of with Spalty, and taking that step to literally the tier above in superstar now, finding himself with a lot of these better names. And I'm excited to see Virus work for that spot and see what he can do.
what do you think about this Made It Snake pick? I mean, I've been good
I
friends with Made It Snake.
I
I used
love
to be
I
it.
his
love it.
teammate.
I think it's
Yeah,
amazing. I think it's
I think it's
crazy
great
value.
for his
He's with
salary.
Yeah.
Oibu, and Hams. That's gonna be a really good. That's actually gonna be a really good team. They're gonna be
Yeah.
annoying to play against. Extremely annoying.
Yeah.
They're gonna have an identity. I'm just glad we didn't get another Made It's Nate Nutmeg duo. It's about time that we see that we don't have to deal with both of them getting 43 demos per game on the pitch together.
Yeah.
So
Once this
wrapping up
Rochester
round
team,
3, yeah, we now have our projected starting lineups for all teams. You mentioned Rochester, Swish, Gatman, and Amp. Amp, someone I feel similarly about to Danger. Um, who I believe, yeah, you drafted Danger,
I
Luigi.
do. Yeah, we
Or you're on his
maximum.
team.
Yeah.
I think Amp again tremendously solid. I think it's a little more upside to him, a little more mechanical ability than some of these guys around him. I think
Mhm.
that's going to fit very well with your Swish and your Gap Man who apply a lot of pressure, take good 50s, etc.
Yeah.
hmm what about this Bava pick? I don't know the guy, but Onyx seems to have great ball knowledge. That guy hosted infinite combines compared to my great amount of zero. I mean, what do we know? This Pittsburgh team, MK, Corrupt, and Para, and now Bava.
I
I'm
don't know
not
much
familiar with the
about him.
names, but
Yeah.
with as much passion Onyx has, I am keen to trust it.
Yeah. No, no. It was solid for that team. He
Yeah,
could have just
this round 4
yeah.
spot is I've used the word interesting, I've used the word fascinating a lot. I'm going to come back to it. Um Round 4 is where you take your dartboards on people. Where if you draft on upside, you think that someone could really earn that spot, surprise you, or if these players fail to do that, they may end up getting cut. And if that does happen, they have the ability to drop to the tier below. What that means is that all of these players have the option, if they do not end up on their roster, to, if they fit salary, fall down to elite. It's a lot of
Yeah.
caveats, but having that tier flexibility, uh, I think really gives these players a chance to succeed is as either the best player in a tier or on their team or the lowest level player on their team.
Mhm.
And the back and forth is I got to come up with a new word besides interesting, surely. Eventually.
Yeah, I feel like the way you use the sub and the cut spot on draft is how you really shine as a GM. Because I have used it just to get a player on low salary who I think is really good, and I'm just gonna cook the free agent market later on and try to get a really high sell. I've used it because I think the guy's great, or just like you said, as a dartboard.
Mhm.
So I think it's really where you show a lot more skill expression as a GM, depending on how you use this kind of like in quotation marks throwaway round.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I mean, we actually will be getting into it today. Our final tier of the day. So after this, we have expert and then we have advanced. In advanced, we will have our first 4-man roster. So our first 5-round tier. And what that means is that there's going to be only one person cut, and there will be a not necessarily dedicated bench player, but you will have a supposed starting team.
Yeah.
hmm
I don't know if you saw, but we did get another water break.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's a little bit evil.
Yeah, can we hurry up this draft process, GMs? I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, actually, they can't be giving me this much water. And we see Spooky, RLCS coach. I actually have his signature on a jersey back there, I think. Spooky, cool dude, great dude. I met him at Boston in 2023. I think I mean, you want to talk about what you could do in this round 4, right? Talk about what you could take as a dart throw. Um, it doesn't really get better than an RLCS coach.
That is true.
Yeah, that's a lot of experience of the high level, like
And
knowledge
especially in a
wise.
tier like 1800, like this is an 1800 tier, right? People might not
Yeah.
have that RLCS experience. They may have the individual skill to be there, but lacking the resume, the acumen. I think
Mhm.
having someone who can help, like if Spooky, pardon, if Spooky ends up earning that third spot on that team, you're talking about teaching these 1900s 2K players, the ones who are peaking that we're talking about, to play like a 2200 type of Rocket League. I am really uh, God,
Mhm.
someone give me a synonym for excited. I'm really excited to see what
Ecstatic.
Ecstatic.
if it, well,
Oh,
I'm ecstatic's too much.
That's good comment.
I'm not brimming. Anyway, yeah, I am ecstatic to see how everything winds up here. 7 picks left. MJ the Legend. This is a throwaway pick. Uh, MJ the Legend might be 400 MMR. He is literally bronze. He
Put him to play. Put him to
Yes,
play.
I will
you gotta try
say
out the guy.
I am a
Yeah.
massive MJ the Legend fan. I do not believe that he will be earning a spot in the superstar
You
tier.
never know.
However,
You never know.
I do believe that someone is going to give him a chance, and I would really, really like if someone gave him a chance as their bench spot in the lower tiers, like perhaps the lowest. That's like a champ division. If this player is silver, putting in 500 games a season, they have 14,000 wins. I think that they should get some. They should get a chance. They should be in there with some reps. Who's going to bring more positive energy than the dude putting those reps at that MMR? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, this guy has like over 1,000 games, not in any tier, but like across the board. It's
He has
just
more wins on his account than Kuzi.
oh, those who know about Kuzi.
Those who know. Kuzi has a lot of wins on his account, but it's not as many
MC,
as MJ the
homie's
Legend.
legend.
Kuzi currently 2100 in twos, has 1375 wins. MJ the Legend currently 316 MMR in twos, 1426 wins.
Oh my
And that is why he is a
goodness.
legend. Shout out Fishy as well. Former, I think he's a pitcher only for college baseball team. Known him for a while.
Hey, shout
As
out him.
Akron is on the clock, someone tell Busy to make his pick. Oh, Fishy, we got to talk too. I got a buddy who is looking to get into JMU esport program, and I know that you have some connections over there because you play for them. So we should yap soon about that. As we see Cosmic here, another RL Labs legend going to Akron.
Yep.
I feel like
And we are
Busy
down to
probably
our
uses
final
it quite
5
well.
picks.
I sort of see
Oh,
Cosmic in a few teams here and there.
yeah, Cosmic is a very good player. Taken a lot of steps forward recently, hence the RL Labs method. Itsuki Nakano. Hopefully that was said correctly. I watch a little bit of JJK, so maybe I can pronounce some words.
I mean, you might as well just give us a crash course of Japanese right here, right now.
Um, I think that would be bad. So we're gonna not do that. We have 4 picks left here now. Houston takes Divine. I think that's a great pick. Talk about upside. I know they're friends with the GM. I know they know
Mhm.
them. Play a lot of bunch of other games. Former Bubble Pro as well. Definitely able to keep up in this 1800 tier. Excited to see Divine get a chance in Superstar as opposed to falling down to Expert.
This is normal Divine, not Divine OG, right?
Yeah.
Correct. My
I've
former Omaha Buffalo teammate.
Yeah, I feel like this guy has a lot of upside if he just decides to play the game.
Hmm
I mean, he could be easily a 1900
Oh,
tier.
okay,
Oh,
okay.
Oh,
He'll to know.
oh.
Rob from CSA. Oh, guys, if you didn't know, we have this really cool CSA notification system that DMs you when you get drafted. That is found out by me just now. Thank you, Gage, for the chance. Big fan. Who we rocking with? Who we got on the team so far? Rob, how are you feeling? I don't know, Rob. Uh,
Oklahoma
oh,
City Dice Nation, let's get rolling.
oh God. Oh, they give me T Dot, Cosmet, Eon. Eon's a monster. They got some good players on here, man. I am definitely getting cut. Um,
I'll see
shout
you in the
out
Archers next
for the
season.
opportunity though. Yeah, like you know what? I'm gonna do my best. I'm gonna put my best foot forward. They got some really good players there, but we're gonna do what we can. thank you for taking a chance on me, regardless, Gage. I'll do everything I can. Make you and the D20 home proud. You know how it is by getting cut before the preseason, but you know me, man. I'm gonna do what I can. Okay, chat. I lied to you last time. I said Luigi and Jose were leaving. They
Now
weren't.
we
They're
are.
still here. Haha.
Oh, yeah, those
This
Cletus.
time they actually are. We are going to be bringing on Spalty and Juan for the final two tiers of the day one draft. So, with that being said, Luigi, Jose, thank you so much for being here, providing some fun commentary, looking all cute, but skipping out on the dance battle. Don't think I'll ever forget that.
Okay.
I didn't want to do it either. So, oh, I missed it, but apparently Brick took Cletus. Big shout out for Cletus going to Superstar. Me and Cletus are, what, one pick apart from each other? Me
Yeah.
and Cletus team, same level, confirmed. Oh my
Mhm.
goodness. Also, we are currently 2 followers from 1,000. So please, if you like what we got going on, if you're a big fan, give us a follow so you don't miss any of the action. Exclamation point Discord. Oh, it's already in there to join the Discord, see what's going on. Say hello to Luigi. Say goodbye to Luigi. Say hello to Jose, and say goodbye to Jose. As we are going to take about a 5-minute break before we come right back with our expert tier. We'll see you soon. Do not go anywhere.
Johnny continues to carry him.
Get down. Oh, that's beautiful.
Opposite Corey, Geosin.
Get down. Oh, that's beautiful. What a city.
that shit on the headlight. Drop that shit on the headlight.
Hello. Yes, we are back. We are so excited to be back. And this time I am joined by two fun people. Maybe not quite as cool as Jose and Luigi, but second best we have Spalty and Juan.
All
Spalty,
right.
GM of the Springfield Cyclones, and Juan, former GM of the New York Empire, current AGM for the Akron Kings. Thanks for joining me, guys.
Yo, we just got
Oh.
called second best one. What
New
do we
York.
what do we think about that?
Oh, fuck. Oh, hello.
Yep, one.
Oh, okay.
Hi,
Well, perfect.
Hi guys.
On the
Okay.
bright side, look at what Rob and I are repping right now. Hold on.
That's
Hold
true.
on.
Shout out UW Platteville.
Yo, shout out New York.
Ah,
Shout out the
sir.
Knicks.
Okay, you're not even the New York GM anymore, bro. You're for
Shout out the
Akron.
Knicks.
How are you shouting out the Knicks with the Akron
Well, I'm a
Kings?
LeBron fan. That's why I'm a Kings fan.
AGM.
I'm a LeBron fan.
Anyway. Cool. Thanks for being here, fellas. Both of you are projected to be in these next couple tiers. So you know these players. You've been, pardon me, competing with and against these players for a couple seasons. Maybe a couple like top 5 finishes between the two of you. So I'm really excited to get some of the live analysis from Juan, from Spalty, from some of the bigger names in the community around the 1600 to 1800 area. Anything that you fellas would like to say before we head straight into our expert tier?
Paul, do you got
Juan,
anything?
I was
Oh,
gonna
I got
say,
it. No,
go
I got
first, buddy.
some. I got
Go
some.
first.
These tiers, man. There's something. We're about to draft some really good players, guys.
All right, let's get
Woo!
into it.
No,
So, go
I
ahead.
want to preface something real quick.
Yeah.
This tier, I feel like this and the tier below tend to be some of the more like passionate tiers. You see a lot of the tier lists in the server come out from players of these tiers. Just a lot of the just talking that goes around. A lot of these players are very passionate, and this is a lot of the community. So I feel like that's going to be quite important moving forwards here.
Yeah, this can make it interesting to draft duos, draft trios. These players really know each other differently than the other tiers. These guys actually spend time talking to each other, hanging out, doing a lot of stuff. As we see, Leaf kept it first overall, and pick 2 going straight to Green Sleeves. So Leaf is a keeper. Green Sleeves in the Baltimore Black Cats at number 2, and now we straight into number 3. We have Eli and the Minneapolis Meteors. Leaf, someone who I'm glad that I'm probably going to end up falling down into this tier. Leaf, someone I'm not looking forward to competing against. I think Leaf is a demon, especially for expert.
I don't know
Yeah.
much about this leaf personally, but I will say green sleeves in particular was actually one I was looking into, and I do have a low pick in this tier, so I wasn't expecting to get him. But green sleeves is a great pick, even if he was maybe like 6th or so on the list. He's a great pick for sure.
It's someone who is we mentioned General Zippy on the last tier. A team made up of me, General Zippy, Green Sleeves, and Whitlock was the RSC Premier team. So I'm also a big fan of Green Sleeves. Also a big fan of the guy who goes right after him, DJ, at 1798 to Eli and the Minneapolis Meteors. I am not surprised to see him be taken by one of these guys really early on in expert.
Yeah, DJ is kind of one that has been around for a while. He's been around in MCS. I definitely know him a lot more from that, and especially being, last season he was an all-star and challenger. So he has a lot of potential. It's really just up to how many hours he wants to put in the game. Personally, I think.
Yeah, I agree. The upside is undeniable, but the floor is deniable. Unfortunately, the dude can be a demon at any given time, and he's followed up by Zekers, and then my goat, my teammate from last season in CSA, Smiles. I love you, man. Hopefully we can end up somewhere together someday, brother. Hopefully we can win something. Uh, Followed by Sanzo, Plasma, and Cursed.
Yeah. Great players, man. Tell you what, I'm really happy seeing Busy take Zekers with our first round pick. I really love that
All right.
for my
Oh, wait,
franchise.
Juan and Zekers, they do have some past from season 2.
Just a little bit. Love Zekers though, great guy. Zekers known for being a controversial figure in the community. Love him though. He's gonna bring a lot of vibes. DJ, also a known word that I'm not going to say on stream, but he's a known bad player, and he's not very good at the game. Unfortunate that the Minneapolis Meteors took him. But hey, look, now we got baseball coming in for the Rochester Renegades, 22 power 22. Not a bad pick. Then Slane. It's looking good.
All
It's looking good, dare I say.
Yeah, baseball,
Yeah.
actually, I'm honestly not surprised baseball is chosen for Rochester. Power and baseball coming from the same college, so they are definitely hand in hand, know each other very well. I almost wonder who they're gonna pick second, and is Power going third round in this tier, or is he going the tier below?
That is a good question. I believe Power is actually non-playing at the moment.
Oh, okay.
Based on what I'm looking at, I think baseball is a great pick. He, I believe, played a tier above last season and performed really well. I remember seeing him or playing against him at the North Star LAN, perhaps. Very impressive. I remember watching a couple of his TikToks. Saw him on my For You page one time. I was like, damn, that guy's a dog. So excited to see what he could do here. I think he's going to be really dangerous, has a pretty high upside compared to a lot of the players around here.
Thank the lords that this person fell to me. I was actually really wanting him. I've played with him in the past. I know him a little bit. Mr. Averted Come Home.
So
Oh,
speaking
Come
of,
home to
when
Papa.
you say come
Averted.
home, right, you're the GM of the Springfield Cyclones, the Division 2 franchise. You are also at the same time the AGM for the Toronto 6 in Division 1. So you are doing some of the drafting and playing in this tier for the Toronto 6.
Yep. Yeah, and
So
my Sal being a little bit technically lower than these third rounders, but I know I have a lot of potential as a third rounder, and at the end of the day, if things don't go well, I have enough salary to kind of rebuild around and try to make something work. So
we
it's
got
kind of the
another
plan.
water break, by the way. That is something that's been happening today. I don't know if you've been watching the whole stream. We have been having to drink felonious amounts of fluids.
I saw the like
Yes.
14 in a row you guys
Saw
got
them. I
earlier.
saw
Yeah,
them.
unfortunately, like the
Gonna
3
get
Gatorade
waterboarded.
bottles in a row. Yeah, evil.
Honestly, wait, you took Averted, right, Spalty, just now?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
dude, that's honestly not a bad pick. Averted, he can low-key play anywhere. I played with Averted back when I was on my come up, on a different team. He's a cool guy. He also logs about maybe 150 hours past two consistently on various anime aim trainers. So I hope he has a really good time in CSA, and yeah, he's a great character. He's gonna be really good on the team.
Oh, just so you know, chat says the cooldown for redeeming a dance break ends in 10 minutes.
Oh gosh.
So,
Oh no.
those who have seen Spalty's moves on stream before, maybe you have some opinions. I certainly do. But as we see, Afterburner, a great player here, go to Denver, Kev to Pittsburgh, and Goobs to Pittsburgh. Goobs, another one of my former teammates, someone I want to talk about here. Tremendously solid player. Just really, really good individually. I don't know if they have the most high level threes experience, but in this tier where most players don't, I'm saying high level being 1800, 1900 plus RLCS experience. This player's individual level is up there with those guys. I think his experience isn't. And I think if Goobs kind of locks in on some threes, and
Oh
he could be a
shoot.
really, really dangerous
Is it
player.
my pick again already? I actually was not ready for this. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
Bad
super
GM.
okay. Walk us
Bad
through the
GM.
thought process, Spalty. Where are you at? What are we thinking?
Um, there are some players that I actually do not know about, so it's a little scary picking them.
Mhm.
There are a few I know. Snowy, Solar, um, both I think pretty solid. Lando is one that's a little scary because those who know about MCS, but
Surely you
Yeah,
reach for the big Clash
all right.
DA here.
Clash
I
DA reach
Surely you do
would
a
go
big reach for
hard.
Clash DA here.
I'm excited.
Or Juxo.
I really am torn between these two though. I'm not gonna lie.
Who are you torn
Yeah.
between?
Solar
DA
and
and Juxo.
Snowy.
I think it's very fair. I'm not as familiar with Snowy.
I'm going with Solar. Whoa, sorry Snowy. It's 50-50 coin flip, bro. I don't know. I'm going with Solar. I'm gonna see what he could do. That's
Such
already
is the
three picked.
life.
That's already 3 picked on my team.
Yeah, so Spalty, your projected starting lineup, or at least core of 3, is now created. Solar, another one of my former teammates, in RSC premieres. We see Flair go. Huge fan of Flair. The Flair Smiles duo is going to be so fun. But Solar and Averted, I think, is a very, very powerful duo, especially for you're talking about yourself filling that third man role. You want people on ball who can apply that pressure, who can do these things for you, and you can support. And I think it's going to make a lot of sense. Catless, yes. So our Division 2 GMs can be a management in Division 1 and same as vice versa. Also in terms of playing. Let's say that so Kitty Meow Meow is the person I usually use as an example for this. He is a GM in Division 1. However, when it comes to playing the game, he's also a Champ 1. This unfortunately means that if he were to be having our top 6 tiers, he could not play. But if he were to play, he would not be able to GM the top tiers. At that point, also our names are shifted above perhaps on the overlay
I was wondering about that. I just looked.
somehow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, sounds good. Production says, "Yo, we got it, bro. Keep talking." Okay,
All right.
sounds
Fine.
good. Okay, my bad.
Appreciate it.
Alright.
With that, it's having that management be from cross division, Division 1, Division 2, enables our players to play and manage, even if those two tiers, those two spaces they would occupy, do not overlap. Sometimes we read out donos. We try to, although I am fairly new to streaming, so if I have missed one, that would be
Yeah.
totally possible.
If y'all donate to @RealJuan Jr. on Twitch,
Okay.
I'll read it out. Just so you know.
Speaking of donations, though, we do have a Car Soccer Association coffee page, KO-FI. If you want to buy us a coffee for a lot of the hard work that we do, any of our producers, graphics people, video people, anybody except for Juan, honestly, that is how we pay a lot of our prize pool. It's how we hope to be able to pay some of our staff. So anything that goes in there is greatly appreciated. So thank you in advance.
Shout out.
We've seen a few
For
picks
that-
go off the board. Flair, Flip, Chicken is Ice, MXG, and we saw Snowy end up going to team up with Baseball in Rochester. Any of these individual players or duos jump out as you guys for something and anything surprising?
Smiles and Flair looks pretty decent. I'm not gonna lie. I know Flair. You know I've heard a lot about Flair. I've heard a lot of different things, but what I do know is that he mostly has a pretty decent floor. His ceiling might not be as high. Again, this is all word of mouth, but I do know a lot about Smile. Smile is very good at the game, and I feel like that duo is gonna link up real nice, real smooth.
Aqua 3 and Cursed.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's not bad either. I won't lie. I'm honestly seeing a lot of really good duos so far. I will not lie. Like you said, that baseball team is solid. Aqua 3
baseball team.
and Curse. Well, like okay, but like Spoon and Flip is not bad. I know Flip a little bit from MCS. He kind of joined in late this season and played with Oibu and Power. Almost actually bringing his team back to a land position from being pretty low originally. So he's solid. He's definitely solid. And he's not one of those players to do like a lot of crazy stuff. He will just play really solid Rocket League. He will shoot the ball, he will touch the ball, he will position himself well.
No, I concur with that, Spalty. I concur with that.
You do, huh?
Yeah, a little bit. Sorry, my fault. We got the Akron Kings pick coming up after this Anchorage pick though. I'm very interested.
So what are
T-Bit
you thinking about?
Indy.
Where are you leading this way, Juan?
Frankly, I'm not the GM of the Akron Kings. I'm actually the AGM. So
Yes.
I know it's a common misconception people get due to my aura, but
Okay.
generally, like, I'm looking at these players and I'm just praying that Busy picks properly. I'm looking at a lot of bad picks, if that makes sense. I know ISO's good. I know Wasserette is pretty decent, and Lando goes.
SSL peak
No,
from this last season.
No, yeah,
actually.
great player. I'm really happy about that. I think this team is gonna be great. I haven't disagreed with a single thing that Busy's done. I'm just waiting to see his vision come into fruition. You know what I mean?
Building the MCS Kings here. As
Yeah,
speaking of, we have DJ and ISO.
DJ and ISO
teaming up for the Minneapolis
All right.
Meteors. Those who know about Mid-Mex DJ and the montage beef from like 2023 or some crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, wow.
I'm
Look,
surprised ISO got sold up here.
look how far they've come, and now they're on a team together. Wow, 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 wow. Followed by Covey and the Baltimore Black Cats, going to be a duo with Greensleeves. I think it's going to be really solid. I really like Greensleeves in this tier. I think he is just he's a very smart, very good threes player. And I think this MMR range, frankly, where I kind of will likely fall into, is people who are very close to being really good at the game. You're usually missing one or two things here, whether it be the team aspect or the individual aspect. And I think that Greensleeves has an extremely high floor for this space, which is going to win a lot of games.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, he's just that solid player. Like, one thing I like to build my teams around is generally, I like to have someone who's kind of aggressive, someone who can kind of play the ball really well, and then I like to have a solid player with me that I know probably won't miss the ball. And yeah, I mean that's why I was kind of looking into him. Greensleeves is very solid, and he will not miss the ball. And then they get Bob the Huge Man as well.
Oh, now that's a pick, ladies and gentlemen. Look, Kitty, not the best player individually. He's frankly not ever gonna in his life ever scratch the Division One, but he can draft some pretty good teams. And yeah, look,
Alright.
Bob and Greensleeves matching up here. I think Greensleeves is amazing. So this is a pretty decent team.
This Minneapolis team is demonic. It is literally
Ooh, that's
just
good.
three individual mechanical masterminds. Uh, we have DMs teaming up with ISO and DJ. That is going to be pure chaos. They could go anywhere from, if they didn't lose a game, I would not be surprised. If they didn't win a game, I also would not be surprised. This Minneapolis team
It's gonna
is
be
about as
like terrorism, bro.
yeah, it's about as
I won't lie.
polarizing as it can be. As my personal favorite pick from this entire tier so far comes through, as we see Hoop Cub go to the Akron Kings with Zekers and Lando.
It's an up and comer.
I am a tremendous Hoop Cub fan. For those of you who don't know, he was my teammate with Whitlock for the WCSA LAN, where we got third.
Yeah.
Only ended up losing to Bryant and Mogi, so like pretty good players. A pretty good player and Bryant. And Hoop Cub did an incredible job. I believe he plays with a couple gold players for his high school. And this, my first time seeing him compete, I believe stepping into that competitive space. I am super excited to see how much this player is going to grow and develop through CSA as opposed to a regular high school league without quite as much competition.
Yeah, Hoop Cup's good. We did that scrim, me, Hawk, and Hydro doing that scrim against you,
Mhm.
Whitlock, and Hoop Cub. And Hoop Cub, you know, I kind of almost expected him looking at the team like you and Whitlock are solid. I was kind of expecting Hoop Cub to not really be that amazing, but he was holding his own, if not doing like being one of the best in the lobby
Yep.
in that series. And I was pleasantly surprised. I'm honestly surprised I just missed him on this draft board. He's all the way in round 3. But that's the crazy thing is he's a round 3 player at 1770 Sal, and the bottom of round 1 expert is 1790, just 20 Sal above it. It
I mean,
is
I got
so
picked superstar and I have the
unbelievably
same
condensed.
Sal. Yeah, I Sal identically to Hoop Cub. Like what you were saying, how I was also incredibly surprised by his performance and impressed by his performance through that scrim and through the matches. And as such, instead of him being like a lower player than me, he ended up exactly the same. And however, despite us having an identical salary, I end up going not one, not two, but 3 rounds earlier. And so, to as you are speaking about it, um, these tiers, particularly this season, are so close and so condensed that it's going to lead to some incredible competition, and those values that you get in round 3 and round 4, if you can provide that value, Spalty, if Hoop Cup, if
Mhm.
Bob, right, if Wasureta, if Lux, all of these players, I think it's going to come down on third round
Turtle
players.
Meat.
I love again. Shout out Turtle Meat.
Turtle Meat,
Another,
Baseball, and Snowy.
yeah,
That's a good team,
wow.
man. Turtle Meat goes
That
above
that
and beyond on his teams. I mean, even in MCS right now, he's on the current #1 team. They just won Major 2 going into LAN, and he's not doing nothing at all. Like he is putting in a lot of work. Some series he's averaging over 500 points per game, with a Chip on his team who is currently, I'm pretty sure, hit 2K as well, and
Chip
is
hit
like
2K now?
undersell. I'm
That guy's
pretty
a
sure
demon.
I'm pretty sure he hit 2K or like right below it. Like
Doesn't surprise me.
genuinely insane the amount of work Turtle Meat can put in that third
Mhm.
slot. And I love that dude. I'll be rooming with him at LAN.
Oh,
So
another player who was incredibly impressive at the WCSA LAN, by the way, who took
Mhm.
Lemonhead's team
Yep.
to, well, I believe, almost a top 5.
Lemonhead
So
virus, right?
okay, so we have been redeemed both a water break and a dance battle.
Oh
Um,
no.
so I think it's only fair. Everyone wants to see Juan shake it. Juan, don't
No,
shake it.
no,
However,
no.
Juan's gonna have to be first with the dance battle this time because I started us off last time.
Just
True.
want to make it clear to everybody, this is a family-friendly stream. Kids, turn off your cameras. Appreciate it. All right. What do I
Alright.
got? What do I got here?
Oh, you got 10 seconds. Just throw us a
Oh,
couple
I
moves. Give us something.
I got a little something. It's like bro, but this is like, it's not family friendly, but like, oh shit. Come on now.
Hey, Rob
See the
already did
BBL?
that though, so
Come
like
on.
Yeah.
I got it in the back.
Yeah. Come
alright.
on.
Is it my turn?
Hold
Come on,
on.
bro.
Okay, Spalty.
Wait, those who
Let's-
know about the Spalty gif though, but I will not be doing that today.
Yeah, that one is
Um,
too graphic. Too
that one's a little
much
too
movement.
graphic, but what about a little
Drop your pants.
Okay.
what
Oh,
do we think about
look at
that?
the default dance.
What do we think about that?
Yo!
Grown
No,
ass
hell no.
man.
Was
Grown
that tough?
ass
Okay.
man.
Was
Okay.
that tough or what?
I don't know. How hard is it to hit the worm?
Oh
Um,
hell no.
I mean, your uncle. So, I mean, will your bones allow you to do
I
this?
don't know. We're
one?
about to find out. I've never tried before. This is
Gosh, on hardwood too. He's so good.
with a worm on hardwood.
Oh
You guys,
wow.
do you see me?
Ooh shit.
Is it
Ooh
working?
Yep, we can
shit.
see you. We can see you. Yeah.
Yeah, I see that. Oh fuck. Yeah.
Oh, we
Oh,
died.
Oh shit.
Let's stop it.
Nah, keep it going. Keep it going, Playboy.
Oh
You got
no,
two more
man.
in you.
Can we talk about the
Oh
draft
no.
picks, man?
Yeah,
Who
let's
just
start
got picked?
talking about. Okay,
Who's
you know
got
what?
picked,
I'll
man?
do it for you. Okay, so after Turtle Meat was Jay Boosted. Jay Boosted will be going with MXG and Slain. Then we got Carr, which was a pre-pick. Duke, again with Spoon here. We got Divine OG on Phoenix Rattlesnakes. He will be with Flare. Oh, he's on that Flare team, Flare and Smiles. Then I
Interesting.
was a pre-pick. DMO got onto a team with Wolfie and Afterburner. And then we got a back-to-back pick, Nexity and 1W. I don't actually know who that is at all, but they are going to be with Goobs and Kev. So,
Interesting.
oh, and
A
all of a
lot
sudden I got a pick.
Okay,
Hold
what
up.
are we thinking here? Walk us through the thought process.
Spalty, you gonna take an E-Holt pick here?
An E-Holt pick. I don't want to screw someone over. Because I haven't talked about doing that beforehand with anybody.
I mean, you could pull a gauge and like
There are
grab AK.
honestly a lot of very good picks. I'm seeing JDE here. JDE is still around.
Spalty,
Very solid. What's up?
I'll give you $10 if you draft AK right now.
Draft who?
Draft AK. 10
What-
great
Can
American dollars.
Can I snipe AK? Is he what round? Where is he at?
He's
Don't,
like a third
you
rounder in
have to
advanced.
scroll down pretty far. I might not do that.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm not.
Oh
Gonna
no,
do
he's a
that.
third rounder in novice.
I will. You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna pick. I've heard about this guy from somebody, so you know what? We're gonna do it. We're gonna run it. We're gonna see what he's about.
Frihole is good. Frihole is good.
Frihole.
I think he has an
I-
incredibly high ceiling. If you're looking at round 4 picks, someone who could earn that spot, someone who could be worth that, even if they're not
Mhm.
projected to, I think Frihole is a really good bet in that round 4 spot.
Yeah, and I know about him. He's teaming in, I believe it is Nemesis with Nabbit right now. Nabbit's someone I've grown to know from the past few months. So yeah, I think
Yeah,
we'll
he
run
could
it.
for
We'll see
sure
what-
take a roster spot
Oh.
from that third rounder.
All right.
This Phoenix Rattlesnakes team
Okay.
is looking
Ooh,
really good to me.
that's a good team.
With Smiles, Flair,
dogs
Divine,
coming.
and Mikey X. Um, I think Smiles jumps out as one of the best first rounders. Flair is one of the best seconds. And then somewhere between Divine and Mikey, I have no doubt that you
It's
can
your
get
little
one of the
guy.
best thirds. Also, I'm a big
It's your
fan of
little
how
guy,
that team's
bro.
coming together. We see Hive, someone who had a similar career arc, frankly, to Mikey, in CSA thus far, go right next to him. Interesting to see them stopping right next to each other as well.
Joystick also going here on Car's team. Joystick, one I teamed with last season, one I've known for a bit, and even you have known for a bit, Rob, for collegiate
Mhm.
reasons.
Mhm.
Absolutely just amazing personality. I mean, you cannot go wrong with Joystick's personality. I loved teaming with him last season. We had a little bit of a rough day on the play-ins uh, for various reasons, but Joystick, I mean, he's just so solid. And like I said, you can't go wrong with his mentality about the game. Uh, Definitely a really good fourth rounder, in my opinion here.
My arguably favorite fourth rounder here goes Onset. I was extremely surprised to see Onset fall as far as he did in the draft. Onset's somebody I've played in Collegiate Rocket League before, someone I've seen around, I've known a little bit. Um, Frankly, I would be extremely surprised if Onset is not a starter, at least an expert at some point. Right now he's projected to be fourth, but this player is, especially in threes, more experienced than a lot of the players around him. He's smart, he's good. I think Onset is going to be arguably the steal of expert as this goes through.
Which what collegiate team did he play on?
He played an NJC team, so NJCAAE. He played, I believe, for
Okay.
Wake Tech with Deadsy and Deadsy and Flick Fillet. Deadsy and Flick Fillet, I think.
I also heard that Onset got an offer for a band in Jacksonville, about 5 million, 10 million, 15 million. I don't know. He was just so much younger though. Like he didn't go, but
Do you think he's
good for
related to
him, man.
Offset?
Probably. You never know, man. But yeah, he's
Oh.
cold. I've known him since we were kids. So
Okay.
yeah.
It was Flick Fillet. Onset's in chat talking about it. And again, I mean, I think this is somebody who I expected to see go the tier below and be an MVP candidate, but definitely is worth taking an expert fighter vet. Someone we've seen around in MCS a little bit, someone we've seen around in CSA for the last few seasons in this 1730 to 1770 range. They do get drafted to the higher end of it here. A little bit lower sal than the people they're around, but fighter vet, someone with a threes acumen that we've really talked about, definitely can be good enough to warrant that dart throw here.
Yeah. And Rob, what are there any picks here that you think are like absolutely crazy, or like any reach picks or anything that has gone under the nose so far?
Um, I think that Mikey fell later than I thought he would. Um,
Oh, it's our
I
turn.
think I think that Onset fell later than I thought. I really like the turtle meat pick. Um, I really like the Smiles pick. I think Plasma's going to be great. Thermal's going to be great. I think everyone in the first round looks like they belong there. I
Mhm.
like Goobs in round 2, although it's a first pick of round 2, so it's a little like kind of cheating to say it's round 2, you
Right.
know. We do see T-Man go here to Virginia Beach Neptunes. I do think that T-Man has a serious argument to be another one of those players who I would prefer Onset slightly, but I think that T-Man is another arguable steal of the draft or steal of the tier here, an expert,
Mhm.
someone who I unfortunately had to release due to cap reasons in RSC this season, but T-Man incredibly solid, like 1750 in twos and threes every season, smart, good, funny dude, plays well. He's got the profile picture of that big ass dude from Chowder who like just made noises or something.
Oh
Just like
yeah, the Rada Rada. Oh my
yeah,
god.
yeah. So that guy's
Uh,
super. He's funny and cool and
Alex
good.
though, I do want to mention that is my boy Slow Hands McGee for those who know.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Oh, I
Slow,
knew his
slow hands
name.
McGee.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I
That's
get that one. Yeah.
previous. I mean, he was SSL back in the day. Played on an
Top 8 CRL.
incredible
Yes.
CRL team. Him,
Top 8
Mars,
in the
and
country.
Fluffball. I mean, genuinely insane. He has a very much of a coaching mindset. He will absolutely try to make his team better through coaching. Absolutely a good guy. I love him too. I mean, he's a great guy.
I am really liking this Akron draft. I haven't talked to Lando much in the last couple years, so I'm not sure about where he's at mentally or where with the league and availability. I do know that he hit SSL last season. And so assuming that is real and representative, I think that it is incredibly impressive having like being able to pair someone with the top 8 CRL experience as someone as raw as we were talking about like Hoop Cub being. I think that there's ways to really get the most out of their players here. So Juan, you must have a great GM next to you for you to
Oh
end up
yeah.
with a good team because I know you personally would never have drafted something this good.
Yeah, no, I
Those
could
who
tell you
know.
right now, I might have never drafted this team. But hey,
Okay.
you know what?
Whatever that means.
It
It's a good
great
team,
great
though.
roster though. Welcome to Akron. Welcoming you with open arms, especially Zekers. Find me at my office later. We're having a
Okay.
little talk. But yeah.
Final
So
three
good.
picks in the tier go Storm, Lev, and JDE, all players who deserve to have a shot. A little bit surprised to see Lev go here, but the upside, as we've talked about, being what we shoot for in round 4, I think it makes sense. The dude individually is just a monster. Some of the clips he sends me look like things I'd see in YouTube shorts. So excited to see him getting a shot. And anything that either of you would like to mention before we take 5, before we get to our final tier of the night, advanced?
I don't have anything in particular. I think there are a lot of good teams here, a lot of good teams. But honestly, going into advanced, the biggest thing I notice is a lot of the players that are kind of left on this board. There are still a lot of like 1750, 1740, just really high ranked players.
Yeah, a lot of great players left on the board by the teams here.
Which I'm not gonna be drafting. I'm done with my drafting today. I'll be drafting tomorrow for my own franchise. But I mean, there are quite a few players I'm looking at in what will be the first round that I would be happy to have.
And
So
last thing I'll ask before we move past it, any favorites that jump out after seeing all the teams, aside from your own, Spalty? I mean, you know what? No, you didn't know what it was coming into it. If you would like to put them up there, what do you guys think?
I
favorites just
mean,
from this tier in particular.
Mhm.
what are
Go
you saying,
ahead, Juan.
Spalty?
Go ahead, Juan.
All right, I'll go.
I cut you off.
I have a top team and a team that's a sleeper team.
Okay.
I got the Phoenix Rattlesnakes. I think they're really good. I'm very happy with them. I think Baltimore's also pretty good. We have to see how Bob does and how Covey does. I don't know how good Covey is. But honestly, we got to be looking at this Minneapolis Meteors team because at the end of the day, like ISO, not the best rotations. DJ can't really air dribble anymore after going to Japan. And I pray for the other two, but if they can string it together, that's a really good team. So at the end of the day, I think it's Phoenix. I think it's Baltimore. I think we're looking at Minneapolis if they lock in. And yeah, no, I think Slane's team's good too. So your turn, Balti. You have a go at it.
I'm looking at Spoon and Duke being on a team together again.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Where are
I don't
they?
remember who. I don't
St.
remember who
Louis.
their.
Back to St.
Yeah,
Louis.
St. Louis. I can't remember who their second rounder was.
They're there
or
with
their
Flip.
They're with Flip. Okay. Yeah, I mean, and he's a solid player. I wonder kind of what their factor is going to be because I feel like Duke can hit some mechanics. Spoon, I feel like, and Flip are both pretty just solid players. So I feel like that team's going to be probably a
They
little
do
bit
have
more of a
Hive.
they do have Hive as their fourth. And if they do, I mean, Hive has the potential to be a starting player on that roster anyways. So I could see it kind of going either way. And Hive does have that if factor of like being mechanical. So I'm kind of interested to see where that team goes.
Cool. All right. Well, we'll be back in about 5 minutes for our final tier of the day, Advanced. We will see you very shortly. Thank you.
that shit on the headlight. Drop that shit on the headlight.
Welcome. And we are back with our final tier of the day. We're going to our advanced tier. I am joined once again by Spaltert and Wanert. Thank you for being here. As we get into our last tier of day one, fellas, how we feeling?
Yay!
Juan wants to be done, bro.
Guys,
I'm just waiting,
this guy is never getting on the desk again, bro.
Okay. Bro,
I don't
I
know
am
what we were
such a
thinking
good
to
desk
begin with.
person, bro. You guys have to be nicer to me. I'm amazing.
Oh,
We need Juan from Boosted Take Back.
yeah.
Oh,
On main
Well,
account.
bro,
depends
do
on
not
what those
know.
words.
No,
Depends on.
no.
Yeah, not on the mainstream. We do not need
Not on the
Juan from
mainstream.
Boosted Take on CSA
Oh.
mainstream. But as we have you fellas here, and we've been here for a while, let's get into advanced without further ado. Our number one pick in the tier goes to the team that has it, which is
Advanced
the
Savannah, Milwaukee. Are they both auto picks? Yeah, they're both auto picks.
Yeah, they're both auto picks.
Red Wizard and Argnor.
Red Wizard and Argnor are the auto picks. Things are being a little bit slow on my end.
Yeah, me too.
I honestly just looked at the sheet and remembered
I
who
mean,
was there.
that's a
low-key.
pretty good way of doing it. First things first, just noting both Red Wizard and Argnor going 1 and 2. I think both of them are going to be incredible in this tier. Red Wizard, someone who we haven't really seen be the leader of their team before. I mean, similar to Turtle Meat, right? We've seen Red Wizard kind of be a part of a lot of good teams, but we haven't seen Red Wizard be the reason his team is good as the leader. And I am really excited to see him have a chance to do that in this tier.
Yeah.
Argonor is someone similar as well. Go ahead, Spalt.
That it's funny you mentioned that. I know you mentioned something about this kind of group of people. I was included in that group
Mhm.
as those third man spots that we've just always been third men on our team, and we
Yeah.
tend to be on pretty good teams that go pretty far. And so like you said, Red Wizard now in a position where he isn't that third man anymore. He has to put in work, which I honestly do think he can. He is a very solid player, but it's just going to be different. It's going to be a different role than what he's expecting, I think.
Yeah, I agree. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Argnor is someone who I think has slept or snuck through kind of the cracks. I think nobody really knows Argnor in CSA. He kind of sneaks through as like a bench player here and there, or not playing all the games. But Arg is someone who I think is going to take this entire tier by surprise. Very, very solid. Could definitely play in the tier above. But I'm really I think he's going to be a leader of men, if you will, in this tier. I think he's a very, very smart and solid threes player in a way that a lot of low 1700s are not. Followed by DJ Dancing Duck. Just won a title in the GC3 tier with Eli and Dilo and RSC on my team. Um,
Holy
Granted,
demons on his team.
yeah, granted, like in the GC3 tier with Eli and Dilo means he maybe didn't have to do all of that. However, he did exactly what he had to and they ended up winning.
Right.
So similar to as you were mentioning, right? These third man roles, the being the third best player on your team, you've done that now at this level. What can you be the best player on your team? And so DJ elevating into that role similarly to Red Wizard, similarly to you, similarly to Cole, to Mikey, players that we've seen move up from professional last season.
Hmm.
Uh Going early here, I don't know if he can be the guy. I don't like Clash DA is another player. I don't know if
Hmm.
he can be the best on a team, but I
Yeah.
know that he has the skill for it.
If you're kind of in that position, like Clash is not mechanical. He just demo chases. He goes for bumps. He goes for demos. He disrupts. I feel like if you're gonna
Very
be in
smart
that
threes
first
player.
man, yeah, if you're gonna be in that first man position, you need to have two players that can do stuff with the ball. Um, and Clash, being probably one of the best players, gonna be one of the best players in the tier, will definitely, hopefully, he needs to be has his teammates to take advantage of his demos, and he needs to hope that his teammates will be able to fill that role and take advantage of them and do stuff with the ball.
Zoms is in the chat mentioning that as the first man for the Denver Shred in season one, he got top four with Sleep Dog and Thailand's. So it's not the first time we've seen Clash in this role. Perhaps it's just not the normal one that we find Clash filling.
Right.
However, I very little doubt that he'll be able to succeed just by if Clash is one of the best players in the tier, as he projects to be. It is hard to be a bad team when your best player is a really smart threes player. Uh,
Right. Yeah, there's a high floor there, and
mhm.
Clash too. I love Clash. He is an absolutely amazing personality. Very very nice guy. So you know mentally that he's not gonna have. There's not gonna be any problems with him mentally at all.
Yeah, kind of leading the way there as we wait for this San Diego Sea Lions pick to come through. We see Cole go to the Virginia Beach Neptunes. This is another player, right, from the tier below. In professional last season, he was around a 1660 sal, I believe, and put up a top 10 points per game in all of CSA at
Wow.
465. So an absolute dominant season coming from Cole and moving up almost 60, 70 sal, finding himself in a group of players that I've known Cole for a while. I helped coach Cole when he was closer to 14, 15, 1600. And having taken this step forward, I'm really excited to see how he's going to perform with this much being expected of him. Um,
Absolutely.
San Diego is a
Struggling a little
little,
bit.
yeah, we are not getting word from them. We're going to give them about 30 more seconds. They do pick here. They do end up taking
Oh,
Juxo.
Juxo.
So, like we were just talking, Spalty, right? That group of players, Juxo was another one that we just didn't name right here that ends up in the same spot. Great third man, great second man, great support, big demo guy, but can he do it as the guy? And now we're going to get a chance to see the San Diego Sea Lions.
Yeah, and Juan, I kind of want to get you involved here a little bit. Looking at
Oh.
these names on the left, what are we looking at here? What names are we seeing that we are like surprised have not gone yet that we think should be
Dude,
going pretty soon?
Fear Lucid. Maybe he's like I've in game he's tough. I think he's better than like respectfully out of the 9 picks that I've won. I think he's better than maybe 5 of them, 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah,
Very
and he
surprised
just
he
went
hasn't gone
actually.
yet. And there he goes. There you go. There that makes sense. Yeah, he's really good. I'm happy he got off the board. And again, I'm actually looking to pick up my own guy here in a bit, so I'm not going to talk.
Yeah,
But
might
yeah,
not want to say
honestly,
anything there.
something I really like about this season of CSA is that we have a lot of new talent coming in, even though there's a lot of returning talent. So as I look on this left hand side, like I might not know these players' names now, but I'm probably gonna know them by the end of this season,
Mhm.
going into next season. And then I'll be able to, and then we'll all be able to give opinions on them. So anybody who's tuning into the stream, and you know, you might not get your own personal commentary. Trust me, after a season here, you know, word gets out if you're putting in the work, and you'll definitely get your recognition. But honestly, there's a lot of good picks going. This tier is gonna be really, it's gonna be a wild card
Yeah,
tier. Honestly, I think somebody's gonna jump
absolutely.
out.
And love Greyhounds in the chat saying Juan, stop yapping.
All right, my
Okay.
fault. I mean, my fault.
Good comms. The
That's not bad.
funny thing is Juan said the like least. I feel like Rob and I have been yapping the most. And he's
Well,
just
because
picking you up.
I've been contemplating who I'm gonna take, and I've
Oh
been
god.
mudded.
I mean,
Um,
you're up here on the clock. Is this you picking or is this
yeah,
Busy drafting this
I'm about to
tier?
take. So I'm drafting advanced.
Okay.
Busy has to go pick up his sister, so I got this one. I'm
Cool.
gonna draft my buddy here, my buddy acquaintance, maybe future buddy.
It's funny you mentioned that Busy has to go pick up his sister because
Fluff.
I did that for him
Yep.
last night.
Oh wow, that was a banger. No, that was a good one,
So
Rob.
Yeah,
That was a good
and
good
one.
friend.
this
Good
so
friend.
fluff goes.
Fluff goes. I
I
love
don't know much
Fluff.
about Fluff, but
Fluffy. That's my
one
goat.
on the board that I know and have played with, and that I was actually getting DM'd about a little bit by Jose, the one on the clock. He did mention asking about Hydro Dude, and so I almost wonder if that is exactly who is gonna go there. Hydro Dude.
There he is. Yeah,
Who
I
was
saw that guy
Hydro
too.
Dude on a team? Was that your third or you were with
Um, it
Erxfire?
was it was me, Hydro Dude, and Hawk. Yep.
It was Hydro Dude
Yep.
as your third. Okay, yeah, he was very impressive. I
Mhm.
think if frankly, if Hoop Cub is getting drafted the tier above, I think Hoop Cub is slightly better than Hydro Dude, but I wouldn't
Mhm.
separate them by a full tier. I think
Yeah.
Hydro is going to be very good in advanced. Um, like maybe doesn't have the most threes experience, but again, being in this tier, there's a little bit more room for error, if you will, with rotations. Not quite as hard punishing. And somebody who I want to call out here is Foam at round one, pick 10. Foam is somebody who does not have that high of a peak in Rocket League. I think his peak is, I'm going to double check this as I talk about. I believe it's 1670 or so in both twos and threes, and it wasn't even that recent. But Foam is someone who like constantly in that GC3 tier that I mentioned in RSC, the master division, Foam is somebody who consistently puts on a show. Again, they continue to be placed at 1660, 1670 salary because their ranks are a little bit low, but then you watch them perform and they're putting up borderline all-star seasons every single season. So I think that Foam is an incredibly solid threes player. And as we're talking about kind of the lack of threes experience that a lot of these players in this lower GC3 area have. I think he's going to be a really, really good building piece.
I actually just looked at Foam's tracker, and I was like kind of confused why his Sal was so high,
Yeah.
but that explanation explains it. So yeah, I mean, a lot of players like that. Another one, Dreamix, was on my team last
Mhm.
season. Really good player. He didn't have a ton of hours last season, which is why we unfortunately had to part ways. But if that man gets on hours, I think he's probably 60 under Sal. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Obviously, it's a big if, but Dreamix, really good guy. You know, fun dude. But just praying he gets on hours to really become that demon.
For reference, back to my final point on Foam, I pulled up the stat sheet from this
Oh
season
shit.
of Master in RSC. Dilo and Eli were both there, right? Incredible players. 1900 Sal in CSA right now. They had 61 goals and 63 goals. Foam had 56, and Foam had more shots than both of them and had tied Dilo for MVPs on the season. So I am
Wow.
not saying that he is Eli. I'm not saying that he's Dilo. Obviously, Eli and Dilo being on the same team, they also cannibalized each other statistically a little bit. So there weren't quite as many MVPs to go around or goals to go around. However, if you are able to put up a season that is comparable to them, your peak is like 1660. I'm just uh I'm very excited to see how Foam performs here. I think he's gonna be really good and he's gonna surprise a lot of people. Anyway, we can move past my Foam fanboy.
Okay.
W Glaze.
W Glaze.
I teamed
All
with
right.
him
Lou.
for approximately one match day, and like the GM that I had at the time cut him, but I didn't want to cut him, and then I never got the team with him again. But I think he was really good.
Oh,
Let me
Juan
take
Beck is up
and
here though.
oh, he took Mirage. He took Mirage. Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on. 1 sec. Theo, shut up.
Okay, he wanted Mirage. All right, so
Stupid dog, bro.
So
All right.
Juan back on the clock again.
I'm back. I'm back. All right. Mirage is gone. Mirage is gone. Sound the alarms. Sound the alarms. Player I'm about to draft here is a good buddy of mine. We won a championship together recently. Icy is sad. I genuinely think Icy has the highest ceiling out of maybe everybody, excluding Red Wizard and Red Wizard. That's it. I think he's comparable. The fact I
Maybe
got him in the second
A7MD.
round, maybe A7MD. Actually, that's a shout too. I'm not gonna lie. But
But
at the end of the
yeah,
day,
you're right.
Icy has a massive ceiling. I'm happy to reach down a couple of MR for him. I think 1710 Sal is perfect. I generally think he's gonna bring some mechanical prowess to the team, like as he always does, and he's also Hispanic, as along Fluffy. So we're gonna see a couple of Hispanic people on the team. Maybe a
I
bit of
see how your
Spanish,
draft is going. Okay.
bit of Espanol. But at the end of the day, I'm very happy to pick up my dear teammate Icy is sad.
And now, seeing who will go with Foam for Minneapolis.
Viva la Barracuda.
Yeah, what
As
he
you
said.
know.
Yeah, Barriqua. Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah, all right.
Specky,
Let's
I
keep it
actually
going.
don't know. I don't know Specky. I didn't do any looking through players because I didn't. I mean, I'm not drafting this tier for either of the teams I'm a part of, so I didn't really look into much. Is Specky good? Do you guys know him?
Oh, hold on, guys. Water break. Yeah, Specky's very solid. Specky is a very I know Specky through some RSC things in other leagues. I would say Specky is a very solid player. Um Probably better at threes than some of the people below. I think what's really fascinating about this is you're watching this conglomeration of players who could have been higher fall down and players who could be lower come up. Like Icy, like Ascended. You see Crixery and Foam fall down. You see someone like Red Wizard in this tier. Having Red Wizard and Icy in the same tier feels funny, but they've earned it and they've gotten there very different ways. And like you said, Icy, I think, is someone I want to focus on. I think that individual mechanical ability that he possesses, while perhaps lacking in some other spaces, is really a weapon.
In a tier
Absolutely.
like this, you kind of have to draft those volatile players and
Mhm.
take those gambles because again, this is the tier like Rob said earlier where players are maybe one piece away from jumping up to the 1800, 1900 level, and I mean consistently in threes. And at the end of the day, I think like I don't have my own personal criticisms of IC right now, but I feel like any one of these players could just kind of piece one thing together, and then we suddenly have a whole new Hive, or we have a whole new Doma, or
Yeah.
we have a whole new other situation where maybe it looks like they were missaled, but at the end of the day, it was just a good pick by the GM and they did their research.
One thing
So,
that you're getting at that's really cool is the season is 4 months, right? It is
yes.
long enough for you to learn and grow individually as a unit, and it really shows who wants it, who's willing to put in the work, and by the end of the season, you see who did put in the work, and I think it's a very cool part of what we do here.
Yeah. Silver, BK Smile, Luis. Luis is pretty good. I know he peaked 1820 back in the day. Might be a demon, hidden demon on the Denver Shred there.
I wanted to talk
Um,
briefly as well about Shia's EP,
ooh,
going at
yeah.
round one, pick 14. Shy is someone who I think is again very solid, but very raw. They go at an MMR where they're I know Shy feels uncomfortable about being this high, but putting up 400 something points per game and also hitting a brand new peak of I know we hit 1700. I don't know if we stopped there. But Shy this season already hitting brand new peaks, having a lot of success in ranked and in leagues recently. I think that this is a good spot for Shy, and I am excited to see them take that step. Being paired with Kirby as well now, we just
Yeah,
see.
that's a
Shy and
team.
Kirby feels like a very well-rounded core for this tier.
Daiquiri finally going. Daiquiri was
Daiquiri,
on
yeah.
what team was that? Was it Savannah?
Savannah? Yeah, Savannah
Yeah,
Elite.
I mean, just a solid team. My team scrimmed them a lot. To be honest with you,
Mhm,
there weren't a lot of teams that wanted to scrim in that tier. But one that to always jump on it, Sangani, my boy, would jump on it
mhm.
every time, and so we played them a lot, and they're not a bad team. Daiquiri put in some work. Um, I was honestly very surprised to see Daiquiri fall this far. I won't lie.
Yeah, similar to Icy, has a very, very
Mhm.
high ceiling, and I think will provide something similar to that Baltimore Black Cats roster. Who is he paired with? It is now DJ. I think that's a really good pairing.
Yeah,
DJ Dancing Duck is very similar to, you guys may not be familiar, similar to the Spalty role, the Juxo role, the I'm going to play a great support role.
Mhm.
And if you have that as your high sal, right, you oftentimes, one, as you were mentioning, need to find that upside elsewhere, and finding that Icy in round two or that Daiquiri in round two can really lead to that. And I think it's a really good
Mhm.
pairing from one of the best GMs we have, frankly, in Kitty Meow Meow.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that's a take, but
Juan
I
doesn't
agree.
want to admit that. I was
I
So,
gonna
agree.
say he doesn't.
how do we feel about Brighter being left? 1802s last season, hit 1700 this season already. Do we? I'm a little bit surprised. He's a little bit higher sal than anyone left now, 15 to 25. Do we see this almost borderline? I mean, this player was projected to go a tier above. They have now fallen at least into round three. This is where you can potentially build uh, a really powerful team, taking advantage of the flexibility of the draft of CSA, where you aren't locked into a tier. Perhaps nobody expected Brighter to be here. And this
Yeah,
now, some franchise is able to pivot and take advantage and say, I want to take a risk on this really high sell player. I might not know him, but he was 1800 last season. How, and we're now drafting people. I mean, Kirby got drafted 2 picks or 4 or 5 picks ago, Sal of 1698, Brighter was
Yeah.
1800. I am not saying Brighter is better than Kirby. Kirby's a tremendous threes player. We know this through all the league seasons. But what I am saying is that the upside of Brighter this late, I think, could lead to a really
Mhm.
dominant roster.
The thing about picking people that have fallen like this is you tend to then sort of have a little bit higher MMR as a team. You
Mhm.
tend to almost be that spot where you're over Sal. And
Yeah.
the issue with that is if you take this chance on someone like Brighter and your team's over Sal and then Brighter's not good or someone else isn't good and you want to make a change on your team, then you're kind of limited to picking someone lower salary than you kind of want to. So there is kind of that as well. I can kind of understand why people wouldn't want to jump towards that, especially if they haven't looked into him and don't know him enough.
Mhm.
But there's got to be someone to take a
Yeah.
chance at some point, you would expect.
I mean, Reese goes here. Reese a tremendous threes player. Again, someone we know a lot about. We're talking MCS. We're talking
yeah.
QRLS. Niche shout. Shout out my boy Alex over
Shout
there.
out.
We're talking like here in CSA, perennial great GC3 Sal player going here at round three, pick three. I think it's a tremendous value. Shaner
Yes.
Boehner, last season's professional champion, or one of them, goes here round three, pick two. Nervebot starts out round three, being paired with Sins.
Don't get me started with
Here's
Nerdbot. I
Ooh,
love
Quasar.
that guy, dude. I love that
yeah.
guy. Those who know season one,
Honestly,
he absolutely saved our season. Me and Akko, we were
oh,
having a rough season. Things were not going well. Nervebot came in, we started winning and barely got into that position where we were able to make the final tournament. We played Takeover's team. It was like Takeover Hude and A6. We 4-1'd them. And then going into the top 8, unfortunately Nervbot wasn't able to make it. So we actually
Mhm.
played with Swit as a sub. Who Swit is a solid player, but Nervbot is nothing. That's a pretty big
Yeah.
sort of difference,
GC
right?
one and
And
one's peak,
yeah.
I believe.
And
yeah.
and so even without Nervbot, I mean, we still ended up like top 4, which was incredible. But I don't doubt with Nervbot, we would have made it to those finals, potentially even won. Call that glaze, call it what you want, but Nervbot is a
Mhm.
solid player. He's very good.
I think we're now finally dipping into the very volatile area of the tier where you could easily draft somebody who was projected 5th
Oh,
round
Brighter
and they
went,
could
by
be
the way.
better. Oh wait, where'd I go?
Brighter went to
Oh, it went to
Phoenix.
Phoenix. My fault, my fault.
Rattlesnakes. Who was on that
Okay.
team? Saved Hawk and Phoenix are having a couple. I'm really liking the
drafts.
direction of his drafts.
Yeah.
I mean, we have Nightya, Haha Boo, Evelyn, Rome,
Oh, yeah.
Ghosty, Ben. The Jen falling in Superstar, Jen, Evan, Sly. I'm not familiar. Hold on, it just went off my screen. And Grizzly RL. That's that Smiles and Flare team. Shy as EP, Kirby, and Brighter. For reference, Brighter as the round 3 pick, even with their sal falling because they were picked that late, is the
1728.
highest salary on Phoenix's advanced team.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's huge for Phoenix, honestly.
So
That is insane.
while we're talking about the recent picks, I also want to shout out Wanzord. This is going to
Oh,
sound
yeah.
crazy. I teamed with Wanzord in I think 2020, maybe 2019.
Holy
We were
moly.
like, and both of us also teamed with shout out Russell at Syracuse. Lesser, my goat, love that guy. Arctic Games back in the day, big org, yeah. Charisma, very interesting player. A lot of people have a lot of opinions on Charisma. Some people will tell you that this guy should be 1800 Sal. Some people tell you he should be 1550. Unbelievably individually skilled, but again, doesn't have a ton of threes experience. What do you guys make of Charisma dropping to round 3?
Dude, Charisma is again, I'm scrolling through these players trying to figure out who I'm gonna draft personally, and I just keep seeing his name pop up. Charisma's like the biggest gamble you can take at that
Mhm.
sal and at that in this round, but I think it's a gamble that could pay off. Because
The
Charisma, as
upside's
we
so high.
yes, so high. Charisma, like easily probably the best twos player in the round.
If not
And one of the
Brighter,
best,
one of the two for sure.
if
The
not,
both
oh
of
yeah,
them,
I keep forgetting, but
both
they're
of them
both
hit low 1800
Yeah.
in twos for
yeah.
worth noting.
So threes is a completely new ball game, but again, as I was saying earlier, I'm about to pick right now. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna take.
Yeah.
Well, hold
This
on.
is a,
Let's see if Akron chooses who you want.
Well, that's who
I'm
Again.
choosing right now. I'm choosing.
Oh yeah, you are Akron. I was thinking.
I will
Well,
be
let's see.
taking
I'll bet you money,
Nero.
Spalty, that Akron takes who Juan wants.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
bet. But
Hey,
I
as
shout
a,
out my
because I
boy
thought
Nero,
he was
man.
St.
I'm
Louis for
gonna
some reason. I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
preface this pick by saying we are seeing so many players who are in the later rounds come here. We have Sins, Nerfbot, and this just goes to show that name value like it means so much when you get down to these levels. Like especially, I think 1700 and under is such a volatile tier to where you would rather have a safe pick. You would rather have a pick of somebody that you know, like Kodoku or Nero or Thailands or King or any of those people who are active in the community and who have been proven to have like good personalities and mesh with different people who will inevitably make your team better all round, which has proven to be the winning formula in these tiers. It's usually having a really good all round team and then maybe having one guy who sneaks through and has kind of proven himself as the main threat. So
Can I
yeah,
mention something real quick about this? As Pittsburgh is picking, he actually told me a little bit about one of the players that he chose. C Loop. So this
Oh,
is an interesting
Cantaloupe
one.
lover.
Yeah, I mean he's
Yeah.
currently almost 1802s,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
1827 peak, and he's just like some of these players playing in advanced are just genuinely like
Kadoku as
insane.
well. Kadoku has
Yeah.
an 1800 peak going round 3. The thing is, we talked a lot about how the players in this tier are filled with talent. Just like Juan, you said it very well earlier. They're missing maybe one or two pieces from the game that will elevate them to that 1800, 1900 level rather quickly.
Yeah.
And that's where you see these players like Kadoku, these players like Charisma, these players like Brighter, maybe. Less so necessarily him as he's more of an unknown, but Cole, right? So many of these guys who, if they were playing a tier above, nobody would be too surprised, but everyone would be like, well, can he do that? And I think falling into the more that those players fall, like Kadoku being round 3, right, with Charisma and Brighter and Reese, in Nervebot, right? There's so much talent there at such a low cost that I think it creates a very it's an environment that's very conducive to improvement.
No, this is
Oh, water
yeah.
break. Fuck.
Shit.
I am out of water. I actually need to go grab more
Yeah,
water.
I'm
I
drinking a
only
big
have a certain
energy.
drink that I've been told I can't bring on stream, so we're not
I'll
gonna.
be right back.
If you
not
put it
gonna
in a
do
water bottle and nobody would know, you didn't bring attention to it, it wouldn't be bad and weird.
It could
But
have been liquid.
now you said
Could
it
have been
and made it
liquid.
weird. Anyway,
My fault. My fault. My fault. My fault.
Soj in the Atlanta Affinity go with Chip and Christmas FV. I'm not extremely familiar with either of them. And Azda coming right next. Onyx drafting some teams that I don't know super well. No overarching thoughts on that other than must have done a lot of scouting, and that's extremely exciting to see from an ownership perspective. I'm excited to see how these teams that a lot of work went into get built.
Shit. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, I think it takes a lot of work if you're not already kind of tapped in to the players. You have to show up to combines. You have to get your lists ready. You have to make sure you know who you want before the draft because you do get sniped pretty often because everybody's
Mhm.
usually looking at the same good 5, 6 players. But again, man, that name value it means so much. And just looking at the new GMs here, it's gonna be really interesting to see how they draft and how they see the board over GMs who maybe drafted the last 2, 3 seasons and done it in other leagues. So now I'm up. Post Yap, I'm up. The guy who I was
What
about
are
to
you
take
thinking?
just went. I know exactly who I'm going to take. Somebody who, again, I think got egregiously undersell. Somebody who's consistently good whenever I play him, and in my opinion, is arguably the best pick in the fourth. I'm going to be taking Jack Owanu, who
Interesting.
consistently a good player in most of the leagues that I'm in. Consistently able to provide what his team needs and can also have flashes of brilliance. Again, maybe that's my own personal rating of him. Again, this is all it's kind of a personal draft for the GMs and the AGMs drafting. But at the end of the day, I think he's always been great whenever I see him on the field. Decent personality. So I'm excited to see Jack back at Akron, where he took us to the finals. Amazing performance to take us to the finals back in season 2. Unfortunately, losing to a very haram Hive team in San Antonio. So,
Those who
but
know.
yeah,
I think what's interesting is you're talking about how good Jack has been. He played in Elite last season. And Elite was perhaps a step above this.
yes,
I would call it the tier above. And so Jack had, I think, one of his worst seasons. It wasn't bad by any means. He went 15-12, was pretty well rounded. Uh, had some, what was it, 300 and something points per game, 327. So not a ton, but he did his job. And I think that Jack dropping down into a tier without 1800s, letting him get away, like having space for failure, having a safe space to grow almost, right? I think that he's going to be a great pick in that spot, and I agree with you.
yeah, I'm excited to see him doing Akron again. Also, Greyhounds. Spalt, do you have any opinions on that ex teammate?
I mean, he's my boy. I love Greyhounds. Him with Tylands. Tylands is a solid player. Ascended, I don't know much about him or Crixery. To be honest with you, I don't know his teammates. But Crixery, 1752 Sal. Salary wise, if I'm not mistaken, is actually the highest in the tier.
Where
Um,
is that?
the first rounder for Houston Nebula, Crixery,
Yes. Yeah.
17, the highest in the tier salary wise. Um, so it's almost like for me because I don't know enough about the other guys. Potential team, who knows? But one team that I do want to actually speak out on a little bit is St. Louis. Hydro, great first rounder. Mirage, one that I thought would go earlier.
Yeah,
Absolutely great player. They got Styx, and Styx is one that I actually didn't know, but looking at Styx's tracker, actually pretty good. 1762 peak. Um, he plays the game a decent amount, but could definitely be a sleeper. It just, for me, it really depends on how he plays, but in that spot, in that round 3 spot, being a 1760 peak could be quite good. And then they have Dread as their fourth, who Dread's always he's kind of consistently been like a fourth man on a team, but he's always been like a fourth or a third man on a good team. So I think that seems pretty good.
Wait, I can call.
So I'm thinking. Yeah, I'm looking at Crixery right now. Hit 1830 last season, 1730 this season already. Like that guy's gonna be really good in this
That's
tier.
good player. Wow. And
Yeah.
KRX going. KRX being one. Is KRX from RSC?
He's an
Or
RC player. He is.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
think so.
Okay. Thought so. I don't know much about RSC, but I know you do, Rob. Any takeaways for KRX?
Very, very solid player. Dylon again, very good GM. Has history in RSC as a management as well. Definitely building a baseline of players for his. So this is his franchise now. First season making his own, and I think he's building the pieces that he's comfortable with. He's playing it safe and then going to make moves if need be from there. And I think it's a very good way of doing it. Virginia Beach drafting almost exclusively players that they know, even potentially, not almost exclusively, but very frequently, doing what some players would call reaching for them. Virginia Beach taking Roxy in World Class, Sangani in Premier. Obviously, also has some good value picks here. Like Cole, I think is great. Wands, I think is great. Former teammates from last season, actually on Dylon's franchise. Um, Zimity, I think, is tremendous. T-Man's tremendous. But you see so many of these RSC names. I think it's going to work well, but I do wonder if some moves will have to be made on some of these rosters if that first initial plan doesn't line up how Dylon is hoping that it does.
What do we got here? Grand Plat.
Tier one of my teammates all time. Again, absolutely love
Yeah.
Grand Plat. I think he was potentially a little bit oversold last season. I think he finds himself in a much better position here at 1675 Sal. Great dude. Doesn't take the game incredibly seriously, but great vibes, positive, does what he wants, does what he has to, cares. I just could not say enough positive things about everything about Grand Plat except for his mechanics. Everything else is so cool about that guy. Even his brother's like 15, 1600.
Yeah, and that actually rounds off this team. DJ Dancing Duck, I know you talked a lot about him. Daiquiri being with Quidar. Quidar was on the Bison last season. Very solid player from there. And then Grand Plat with them. See what their fifth pick is. And yeah, this is kind of also, we didn't mention this. This is the start of that tier where you have 5 rounds in which you get rid of one player from your team and you'll have a 4-man roster. So you will have that sub, you'll have that person in that position to sub up if needed. Which for these lower tiers especially, I feel like and with how just like condensed these tiers are, you can really have that third and fourth man on a team that both are very solid, and it feels more like a 4-man roster rather than a lot of times you having those good three and then that fourth kind of being in that spot where you're like, he's not quite as good as the rest of the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I also DJ and GP being Grand Plat know each other, so I think that's a very good connection as well. Juan, as these teams begin to like fully form, are there any that jump out to you, maybe favorites early? Any individual players or duos or full rosters that you just go like, man, I'm excited to see for either a good reason or a bad reason, even, you know?
I mean, honestly, I'm not too. The thing about the thing about this tier, right, is if you look at a team like the Phoenix Rattlesnakes, right, they took Shy in the first, Kirby in the second. That's a team that like has a lot to prove, but I think they have a lot of upside potential, and I think their floor is actually pretty high considering how volatile this tier can be. I think a team that immediately stands out to me now that I look at it is the Savannah Phantoms. Red Wizard. I'm pretty sure he got paired with where is he? Where is he?
Sins and Nerve
Sins and Nervebot. Again, just a group of good players. I think Red Wizard is ready to kind of step out of that role of
Yeah.
player who's really good for his tier, so we're gonna make him a third, and he's now gonna become the guy who leads the team. Which, to be fair, in my opinion, he's been leading the team even as third sometimes, and
Yeah.
he's had his fair share of frustration with that. But I hope that now he can really take the mantle of not putting the team on his back, but really taking
But
point
leading
when it
them.
comes to
Yeah.
leading them to tough wins, which I think is what a lot of this tier will be.
And Nervebot, I mean, like I said before, he was my old teammate. I know him well. Very mechanical player, like incredibly mechanical. Probably one of the best in the tier with that, in my opinion. Can definitely, if Red Wizard gives him that space and that time on the ball, can definitely make stuff happen. And
Okay.
since
Drink up,
you
guys.
know,
Water break.
oh
No
goodness.
shit. It's okay.
Apparently, it's whenever we don't glaze Jonesy's picks. Some person of his franchise management tells us to drink up, but we just haven't gotten there yet. But it is time to drink up. Cheers.
Jonesy is
Milwaukee
the
Vortex.
yeah, Milwaukee. Yep.
Yeah, I
Did we
mean,
talk about them? Argnor?
I talked
his
about
team.
Argnor.
Nope. We
Argnor,
talked about Argnor,
Victory, Shaner Banner, and Jay Bada and Freya. So I honestly I know some names. I don't know them super personally. To say
I
anything
think
about them, to be honest.
Jabata, Jabata,
Gamada, I just lost tracker. He's
he's kind of a demon.
kind of a demon.
So specifically for falling this late in the draft, what you'll notice is that his salary is higher than everyone else around him by around 20 to 25. The reason for that is that this player hit 1800 several seasons ago and got back up to like 1750, 1780 this season. That said, they did go on an 8-game losing streak as soon as they got there. So
Kind
that
of hard with
high,
salary players like that.
yeah,
happens to the worst of us.
yes. However, the upside being 1700 multiple seasons, even peaking into 18 a few seasons back, I think getting that player in round 4, pick 15 is exceptional upside value.
Hmm.
Also worth mentioning for those who do not know, Jonesy was very quietly the number 3 franchise last season in the Milwaukee
Yes.
Vortex. So someone who
Wow.
I think is going to make a splash, and I think people are going to be surprised. Like, where'd this guy come from? And look at the standings, see that they're number 3 last season.
Jonesy, bro, I do remember you. What are you talking about, bro? I couldn't think of the franchise name. Give me a break.
So as we are on to
Okay.
our last 7 picks of the tier, uh, I will let you know I'm actually going to be helping make the final pick here for Soj. So for the Atlanta Affinity at pick 16, I get to make a pick on the day. Ooh, how fun.
Ooh.
Ruben, a player who we have seen, I mean, what were they, 1540 Sal last season? And then just shot up to GC3
They
this
played
season?
amazing in novice, and
Yeah,
they shot up.
unbelievable. Had basically last season, other than when they got what I believe to be teaming with someone very good to go from 1600 to 1900. Other than that, until February, they had never been 1600 again. And then in February, they shot up to 1750, 1700 again in April, and then 1800 in May. So this Ruben has been making a ton of improvements over time. Jimbo, another player to say, can't say enough good things about 1750 and twos last season.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm very, very scared. It seems as though my initial pick was robbed from me.
Oh, Rob mentioned.
Rob mentioned Jim B got taken. Jimmy got taken. Great player for that area of the draft.
Absolutely.
Like, jeez. Now I'm looking down. Now I kind of have to do a little dartboard. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little bit stumped here. Obviously not full of dartboards because I know the players. But I really want to reach for Jalen Brunson, who's like 1100 Sal, but I won't because I'm a good person.
Thank you.
I don't want to ruin somebody's season, but at the same time I need to draft. So I'm going to
Could
pick a player who
also
has a lot of
try
upside
to-
potential, plays in an Incredibles card, played with him last season. Absolute demon. We're going to take Red Rat Boys. Look, he played amazing on my roster. Unfortunately, we couldn't take it. But look, I'm very excited to see my little Incredibles mobile on my team.
I think that's a good shout. I think particularly like what you mentioned earlier, right, where people get drafted based on name power, based on the
connections
kind of the impressions that you make on not only your teammates but the teams around you and the community. And I think Red Rat Boys going here is a great a great example where maybe he'd be projected to go round one the tier below, but he earned that spot by spending a whole season proving to someone in management that he was worth it. Right. So
Yeah.
the difference between round one in one tier and round 4 or 5 in the tier above can be almost nothing. However, what it comes down to is how you present yourself.
Absolutely.
Mhm.
Oh, I need to start looking at this Atlanta Affinity roster, see what they need in this last spot. Do some thinking.
One that I was
I
eyeing a little bit was Bust. He, I believe, was a lot higher salaried last season, if I remember.
Yes. So
Um,
Bust was
Yes.
about a 1790 salary.
yeah,
Yes.
so a bit. And why is that? Why was he?
So Bust had 298 points per game in Elite with
Yeah.
20 games played. So
So
statistically had a very rough season compared to a lot of people around here. And in terms of like overall performance, um, warranted moving down a bit.
yeah, I will say I took Bust in my for my superstar team, actually, not even elite, a superstar. And in all honesty, it didn't go the best, but I did think he was good enough for elite. I thought he was a pretty decent player, and I think a lot of his points per game averages went down. They just skyrocketed down the minute he touched superstar. So I honestly think he'd be a pretty good pick for anybody here, especially in the
I
fifth
would
round of
expect.
advanced.
I honestly expect
Uh,
him to be a great pick here.
I think he'd be an amazing pick here. I didn't take him personally because I feel as though when you cut somebody, it's kind of like a.
Mm.
But honestly, if I have a suggestion for Atlanta, I would take him
That's
here.
me, by the way. I
Oh,
have a
that's
Yes,
pick
you.
that
him for
is you.
Atlanta.
I do think this is a good spot for him because as
He
that
can also
fifth
prove
pick,
himself to
he can
join to
prove
be in the
himself.
roster.
Fun.
And
The guy who I was wanting to pick, I will not leak, but they are talking to someone about playing in the tier below. So I'm not going to, without me being Soj, I'm not going to mess with anyone's plans. Uh, that's the only person I'm going to ask. Mm, I think that Bust is definitely like worth taking here. Um, who do I think would Soj would just like geek over? How? Oh man, should I draft him clips?
oh
Oh
god,
yeah, please, please, please
Should
draft
I,
clips, please,
should we take AK? This is a lot of power.
buddy. Don't draft AK now. Don't draft. Actually, draft AK for $10. Reach.
CSA
Ruin
combo
his
pick.
season.
Okay. No, we'll take Bust. Bust definitely deserves to be in this tier. That guy is extremely good for the MMR range. Um,
yeah.
I ended up
Definitely.
taking Bust as that last pick. I think even at 1695, he's probably too low for where he should be. Definitely should not fall a tier below, and if he does, that would potentially lead to some trouble. So that wraps up our advanced tier. Spalty, Juan, any teams? I know we talked a little bit. Anyone that you want to mention? Anyone you want to shout out before we kind of wrap things up here?
Oh my gosh, dude! Like they're, I think the tier that we just drafted is the most. This is the biggest wild card tier I think there is. Like
Mhm.
there's so many players that could stand out. I think my team, I'm really happy with what I got. Icy, Fluffy. I got Nero. I got Jackawani. Just a lot of great names
Yeah,
on the board I know will consistently be good no matter what team is made.
and they
Red
all have
Wizards team.
upside. That's rare.
Oh
Every
yeah.
one of your players has like real upside, tangible upside.
Yes, I think being able to see a path to them being better than what their current sal is important when you're drafting somebody.
Mhm.
Red Wizard to you being a prime example of that nerf bot. I think it's consistently sat around that range since another example of somebody who shoots up. But Nerfbot, a player that, you know what, I think can really hold down a team at times and make sure they win some tough games, especially when the other two aren't playing too good. Again, I said Phoenix. I said Denver's actually not that bad. I think A7MD is a good pickup. I think
Mekhi is
Luis is a
all
good
hell.
pickup.
There are a lot of good
Very
teams
Mickey.
here.
Yeah,
Uh,
DJ Dancing Duck on Baltimore. Like this is a good tier. And
Pittsburgh honestly could be sleeper. I think there are some teams on there, or some players on there rather, that are honestly for the tier do have good peaks on their trackers. So it's really just like how do they play threes together? How valid was their peak? Uh, will only time will tell going
Mhm.
into the season.
Absolutely. Well, That just about does it from us for today. Tomorrow, same time, 6 EST, we'll be drafting the rest of the tiers. That means we'll be drafting novice all the way down through D tier. So novice, academy, prodigy, A, B, C, and D are all coming to you tomorrow. 6 EST, you do not want to miss it. If you are below 1700, this is where you will hear your name called. Until then, it has been myself, Rob. It has been Blizzy and Paisley, tremendous in production. You do not see the work that goes on behind closed doors, but when I tell you, when the stream goes down, we need to take 10 minutes, 15 minutes. The the speed and quality and care that goes into making things work again is stuff that you guys don't get to see, but I wish you could. So I would like quick snaps for everyone who does things behind the scenes. I might be the face of some of this stuff, but the work that everyone on our CSA staff team does literally cannot be overstated. So they need their moment in the limelight. Thank you, Paisley. Thank you, Pat. You guys are incredible. With that being said, we could always use some more help. If you go to playcsa.com/staff members, you can find our application. You can get involved, be a part of what we do. You should apply to be a producer if you want to be a part of the action. I like that chat in there. That's pretty good. But if there's anything that you want to get involved with, anything that you are interested in CSA, open a ticket, ask a question. The worst we're going to do is say no, and you'd be surprised at how many people that we love to have a part of our team. So from the
Yeah,
bottom
and
of my heart, no, go ahead, Spalt.
I wanted to mention this before we cut this off too.
Mhm.
Shout out CSA, 1,000 followers on Twitch. I don't know if you noticed that, but we did hit that sometime
Cool.
through the stream here. So congrats to
Thank you.
CSA for the 1,000. That is awesome,
Yeah,
dude.
dude. Shout out CSA. Shout out TTV Juan, Real Juan Jr.
All right,
Donate
you know what?
Shout out
Yeah,
Jalen
all of
Brunson.
your money.
Shout out
Trust
Zoran
me.
Mamdani.
Shout out Zora.
Okay. Anyway, and shout out all of you guys again. Seriously, none of this stream exists, none of the website exists, none of the Discord exists without you guys, without the players, without the passion that goes into it, and creating this space for people to really enjoy their favorite game in their community just a little bit more. A lot goes into it. Um, Oh, I forgot. I was supposed to call you Trent the whole stream. Fuck you, Juan. Anyway,
My name's not
thank you
Trent.
to everybody. It's all love always to all of you. Thanks for helping make my dream a reality, helping make all of our dreams a reality. It's all love, and we will talk soon. See you guys tomorrow at 6 EST.